Chapter 1243. Even without Bailey Lixiang's introduction, everyone could tell that the tableware in front of them was no small matter. But Bailey Lixiang's introduction still surprised everyone. For example, Bailey Mingxiang said that the second seat's tableware wasn't expensive at all. It was made of black porcelain that was hard to find even with 1,000 gold taels. There were 59 pieces in each set, and only 10 pieces of the glittering rainbow dragon and phoenix porcelain had been bestowed. Another example, Bailey Lixiang said that the tableware in the 100 or so seats below the secondary seat was made of a rare white jade porcelain. It was both jade and porcelain, and each set had a total of 55 pieces, second only to the 4 black porcelain tableware in the secondary seat. Leaving aside the value of the porcelain, there were at least tens of thousands of pieces of tableware in the hall. How much food would it take to use all these tableware? How could a single person finish dozens of servings of food? Even if Northernly hadn't suffered a disaster, even if Great Qin didn't lack food, even if Great Qin was already a prosperous nation, there was no need to be so wasteful. Everyone's table was set with a round plate, a pair of chopsticks, and a wine cup. Aside from these three, the rest of the tableware was used to hold the food. The palace maids brought them up one after another and placed them in front of everyone. By the time Bailey Lixiang finished speaking, the palace maids had already brought out 3 individual pots of various sizes. Each pot was covered with a lid, making it impossible to see what was inside. But they could see the steam rising from the edges of the lids, and smell the fragrance. Just by smelling the aroma, everyone could basically tell that these 3 pots were filled with meat. Although Long Fei had announced the start of the banquet, he hadn't touched his chopsticks yet. No one else was allowed to touch them, so they could only smell the hot, fragrant food. Bailey Yuanlong and Shaoan looked stern, but their hearts were filled with excitement. Even the impatient Bailey Yuanlong was completely patient. He waited for all the dishes to be served, and for the loyal court officials to be thoroughly disappointed in Han Yunxi. He knew that the emperor was already on guard against him, so he might not be able to persuade the emperor. However, if those loyal officials also joined in, it would at least make the emperor re-evaluate the woman beside him. He had long heard that the emperor had told several civil officials in the imperial study that he had changed and that the Bailey clan was no longer the Bailey clan of the past. In that case, he would let the emperor have a look. People changed, just like Han Yunxi, who had risked her life for the sake of disaster relief. She'd changed as well. In fact, the emperor himself had also changed, hadn't he? Perhaps he was the first to change. Ever since he met Han Yunxi, he was no longer the previous master of the Bailey clan, right? Apart from Bailey Yuanlong's group, some of the ministers in the back looked at each other worriedly. They respected the empress very much and were full of expectations. However, today's banquet had greatly disappointed them. The crown prince's first birthday banquet was indeed a major event and couldn't be shameful. But these were special times, so the empress had to restrain herself a little. Of course, everyone kept their worries to themselves. No one dared to speak up. After all, the emperor had only said one sentence so far. No one could tell what he thought of the empress's actions. Moreover, the banquet had only just begun. The dishes hadn't even been served yet. Even if they wanted to persuade the empress, they had to have sufficient reasons to convince the emperor. Apart from Long Fei and Han Yunxi's confidants, the hundreds of people in the large hall were growing more and more dissatisfied with Han Yunxi. Han Yunxi ignored everyone else, her attention on Bailey Lixiang. She was growing more and more satisfied with her. She chuckled. It's rare to meet someone who knows what's good for them. Madame Lixiang, take this set meal as a reward from the crown prince. Bailey Lixiang hastily walked out of her seat and bowed in thanks. After Bailey Lixiang returned to her seat, the hall fell silent again. Only the palace maids continued to dance gracefully as they served the dishes. Every dish was covered and steaming hot. The aroma was enough to make anyone drool. The weather was cold, and according to the rules of the banquet, every dish had to be covered. Thus, no one suspected anything. It was already mealtime, so many people were hungry. Unfortunately, Long Fei still hadn't touched his chopsticks, so everyone could only keep him company on an empty stomach. Long Fei sat high up in his seat. He was less dignified than he usually was in court, but the domineering air between his brows and the noble air of a king didn't diminish in the slightest. He didn't pay much attention to the people below. Even when Bailey Lixiang explained the origin of the tableware, his doting gaze was focused on Han Yunxi. It was as if he knew Han Yunxi was fooling around, and that everyone was dissatisfied with the Empress. But he was happy to let her do as she pleased. After Bailey Lixiang sat down, she couldn't help but look at Long Fei again. She'd heard all sorts of things about this master since childhood, but now she finally got the chance to meet him. He was handsome, domineering, noble, and aloof. Just like any other woman who'd seen him, she'd be instantly moved. But she knew very well that she'd missed her chance more than 20 years ago. She could only blame her younger sister, Bailey Mingxiang, in her heart. After Bailey Mingxiang entered the Duke of Qin's estate as a servant, she'd had so many chances. Why didn't she seize them? Otherwise, there would have been an imperial noble concubine by this man's side today. Her Bailey clan would have gained another bargaining chip. After a long silence, everyone began to count the dishes in front of them. There were still so many dishes left to be served. His Majesty wouldn't wait until all the dishes were served before starting the banquet, would he? Gu and Gu Beiwei had rushed over today, so they had no idea what Han Yunxi and Long Fei were planning. Although Gu often ruined Long Fei's plans, this banquet was Rui Er's, so he naturally kept his mouth shut. He sat with his arms crossed, carefully sniffing the table full of fragrances, as if he'd discovered something. But Gu Beiwei didn't seem interested in the food on the table. He stood up and broke the silence. This official has prepared a meager gift for His Highness the Crown Prince. I hope His Highness will kindly accept it. There were two ways to give gifts at birthday banquet. One was to give them before they entered the banquet, while the other was to present them. Giving gifts was the rule of ordinary households. Present gifts was the etiquette of the imperial family. Of the nearly 100 people present, those of low status had already handed over their birthday gifts to the eunuchs as soon as they'd entered the palace. As for those with high statuses, they would present gifts in front of everyone at the banquet. Generally speaking, the gifts would begin after the banquet had begun and after 3 rounds of wine. Since Gu Beiwei had started it and everyone was hungry, no one fussed over etiquette with Gu Beiwei. After all, there weren't many people who needed to present gifts in court. Perhaps His Majesty would start eating after the gifts were presented? Everyone was looking forward to seeing what Gu Beiwei's Grand Tutor would give His Highness the Crown Prince for his birthday. Gu Beiwei had someone deliver the gift, but it was none other than a giant map. He and his servants unfurled it and showed it to the Emperor, Empress, and Crown Prince, as well as the various officials. The map was even taller than him and 2 meters wide. It was a map of Cloud Realm Continent. Your Highness Crown Prince, this official spent 3 months drawing this map with my own hand. It includes every county and town in Cloud Realm Continent. Places prone to floods, droughts, fires, snowstorms, and other rare disasters have all been marked out. Gu Beiwei paused before sighing. This year, the Great Qin's north has been plagued by disasters. Famine, plague, and snowstorms have alternated, leaving the people in dire straits. Your Highness is 1 year old today, so this official presents this gift to the victims of the north and the people of Great Qin. May the imperial family take pity on our Great Qin and wish for no more disasters. Rui didn't understand, but he'd long been captivated by the map. He glanced at his imperial father, who nodded, and jumped off his seat to walk in front of the unfurled map. He was only 1 year old and small to begin with. Standing before the map made him seem even more minuscule, but he wasn't intimidated by its size. Instead, he put his hands behind his back and raised his head to look at every spot on the map. Everyone fell silent, including Long Fei Yi and Han Yunxi. They watched Re-Er's back as he stared at the map of Great Qin with the same thought in their hearts. Time flew by in the blink of an eye. Re-Er would grow up one day and no longer look at this map. He'd stand at the peak of Great Qin and look down on the world beneath his feet. At that time, Great Qin would be a prosperous and powerful country, and there would be no more wars or disasters. In Long Fei Yi and Han Yunxi's eyes, Gu Beiyue was pinning such hopes on Re-Er. Unfortunately, many of the people present had a different understanding. In their eyes, Gu Beiyue's mention of the disaster victims at such a grand and extravagant banquet must be a way to remind the emperor and express his dissatisfaction with the empress. Bailey Yuanlong stroked his beard, thinking that he'd respected the right person after all. Of all the people in Western Qin's camp, Gu Beiyue was the only one he admired. Bailey Lixiang smiled faintly as she secretly sized up Gu Beiyue. She couldn't believe it when she heard that the medical academy's head had married a woman whose legs were crippled. Xiao Dong kept shooting looks at Xiaoan. In his eyes, since Gu Beiyue had already expressed his stance, they naturally had to strike while the iron was hot and use this chance to speak up. But Xiaoan only glared at Xiao Dong's impulsiveness with a displeased look. It was really hard to say who would be the one to take the lead and who would be the first to stir up trouble in the coming days. Gu Beiyue had just returned to his seat when Gu presented him with the title deed to No. 7 Tea House, while Tang Li and Ning Jing presented him with a special concealed weapon toy. After the imperial family, it was time for the 4 Guogong to present their gift. Bailey Yuanlong often considered himself the head of the 4 Guogong Duke. This time, he was the first to stand up. Under everyone's expectant gazes, Bailey Yuanlong presented a pearl with both hands. Your Highness Crown Prince, this is this year's new white pearl from the East Sea. It's a small wish, I hope you'll kindly accept it. At this moment, everyone looked at each other in dismay, and they began to panic. Official Bailey was giving a pearl as a guogong, and a very, very ordinary one at that. What did he mean by this? He was clearly provoking the Crown Prince and Empress. Re-Er didn't understand, but he could sense that official Bailey's attitude wasn't good, so he didn't move. Bailey Yuanlong maintained his posture, but Han Yunxi's tone soon turned cold. Official Bailey, tell us what's so special about this white pearl. Is it worth His Highness Crown Prince's goodwill? Chapter 1244. In the face of Han Yunxi's cold interrogation, Bailey Yuanlong revealed an innocent expression. It had to be said that if it weren't for his eldest daughter's repeated instructions, he wouldn't be enduring at this time, much less putting on such a pitiful appearance. He sighed helplessly, Your Majesty, there's nothing special about this pearl. The avalanche in Northernly has caused countless casualties, and the people of the Great Qin are suffering from hunger and cold. These days, the old man hasn't been able to sleep or eat. He's been constantly worried about the disaster in the north and the soldiers who came to help. I really don't have the time to prepare an elaborate gift for the Crown Prince. Although the gift is small, this old subject's heart is sincere. This old subject and Grand Tutor Gu are of one heart. We are both victims of the disaster in the north and pray for the Great Qin's people that the imperial family will pity us and wish for the Great Qin to be free of calamities. Not to mention Han Yunxi and Long Fei Yi, even those who weren't familiar with Bailey Yuanlong were surprised by his words. Bailey Yuanlong's words were full of mockery. First, he was mocking the Empress for putting so much thought into preparing the Crown Prince's birthday celebration before the natural disaster. The Empress clearly didn't care about the disaster in the north. Second, he pulled Gu Beiyue to his side and forcefully misinterpreted Gu Beiyue's true intentions in giving the map. Pulling Gu Beiyue to his side was also a mockery of Han Yunxi. No matter what, Gu Beiyue was Han Yunxi's most trusted subordinate. Third, he was forcing the Crown Prince to accept this small gift. If His Highness didn't accept it, that would be superficial. He only valued the gift's value and didn't understand its significance. Of course, the crown prince was still young and didn't understand anything. Bailey Yuanlong's mockery of the crown prince was also a mockery of Han Yunshi, his mother. In short, Bailey Yuanlong's words were full of mockery and refined criticism of Han Yunshi. At this moment, everyone was looking at Han Yunshi. They couldn't guess how the Empress would react. Her response to Bailey Yuanlong's provocation would directly determine the attitudes of the other ministers. Han Yunshi was silent for a long time. Her face gradually became gloomy. The entire place was silent. No one made a sound. At this moment, Long Feiyi opened his mouth and said, "A great gift is a great gift. Crown Prince, aren't you going to accept Duke Xin's gift?" "Yes." Rui Er's voice was childish, but his eyes were serious. He personally walked down to stand in front of Bailey Yuanlong. Bailey Yuanlong was both surprised and delighted. He quickly knelt down and presented the gift with both hands. At this time, all the ministers were beaming with joy. The emperor was indeed wise. Since the emperor had already spoken, what were they afraid of? Of course, he had to be straightforward. As a result, Duke Qing Shaoan also stood up and presented a small gift. He spoke of the country's righteousness and concern for its people, similar to Bailey Yuanlong's. While expressing her worries, she also mocked Han Yunshi. The other two dukes also presented their gifts, but they weren't small or large. They didn't mock the Empress, nor did they have any hidden meanings in their words. Instead, they congratulated her according to the rules. After the four dukes, it was time for the first-rank officials. Only two of these first-rank officials presented their gifts according to the rules. The rest followed Bailey Yuanlong's example and denounced the Empress with sarcasm. Han Yunshi sat motionless with an expressionless face. Seeing her sullen appearance, Bailey Yuanlong finally felt the pent-up frustration in his heart dissipate. Xiao An's lips curled into a cold smile. He never cared whether Long Feiyi was forced to slap the Empress's face for the sake of the big picture, or whether he really couldn't stand the Empress's first birthday banquet. He only knew that once there was an opening, it wouldn't be difficult to follow. If there was a first time, there would definitely be a second and third time. After the gifts were presented, Han Yunshi's face was still sullen. She swept a glance at the table and reminded him unhappily, "Your Majesty, the dishes have all been served. Please eat." The dishes today were all personally prepared by Chenxia. Bailey Yuanlong was about to stand up when Bailey Lixiang pulled him back. Bailey Lixiang was still very cautious. Long Feiyi nodded, and Han Yunshi ordered the court ladies on the side to serve them. Under everyone's gaze, the court ladies respectfully opened the largest porcelain pot on Long Feiyi's table. As soon as the lid was lifted, steam wafted out, accompanied by a sweet fragrance. This was a smell Long Feiyi was very familiar with, the smell of old hen soup. The court ladies carefully filled a bowl and placed it in front of Long Feiyi before withdrawing. "Your Majesty, this is a whole chicken soup made from 3-year-old hens, mixed with 100-year-old snow ginseng and many other precious herbs. It's been simmering since this morning. This soup contains the essence of both chicken and herbs. For this dish, you only drink the soup and don't eat the meat." Han Yunshi introduced seriously, her mood much better. Long Feiyi looked down at the chicken soup in front of him with furrowed brows. He didn't move for a long time, as if thinking about something. Everyone sighed in their hearts. A small pot of soup used a chicken and a lot of expensive herbs. Just this dish alone used more than 100 old hens. How much food would they consume if they were to finish the entire meal today? How much silver? Everyone couldn't help but look at the steaming pot of soup in front of their tables. They really wanted to take a look. But His Highness hadn't moved yet, so they couldn't move. At this moment, Bailey Lixiang gave the latter's servant a look, then gave her father a light kick. It was finally time to make a move. It wasn't a big deal to dislike the gifts for being too small. However, such extravagance and waste was solid evidence that everyone could see for themselves. Han Yunshi, Even if His Majesty wants to protect you this time, he might not be able to. Bailey Yuanlong immediately stood up, walked out of his seat, and knelt down on both knees. In an instant, the entire hall fell into a deathly silence. Bailey Yuanlong, what are you doing? Long Feiyi spoke up. This old subject asks Your Majesty, Empress, and His Highness the Crown Prince to forgive this old subject. Bailey Yuanlong said loudly. What crime have you committed? Long Feiyi asked again. Today is the Crown Prince's first birthday, so it should be lively and festive. Esteemed Empress is holding a birthday banquet for the Crown Prince and inviting important officials for a joyous occasion. However, the commoners in the north haven't been able to eat their fill, and the soldiers who came to relieve the disaster are also starving. This old subject's heart is bitter, unable to enjoy such a feast. This old subject earnestly asks Your Majesty to allow this old subject to withdraw. Leave? Everyone knew that official Bailey was going to denounce the Empress, but they didn't expect that he wouldn't be as fierce and direct as before. Instead, he was begging the Emperor to allow him to leave to express his anger. This wasn't just expressing his anger, but also throwing the difficult problem to the Emperor. To put it more bluntly, he was threatening the Emperor. He was threatening the Emperor to make a choice on the spot. Accept the Empress' extravagance and waste and ignore the disaster victims, or accept his advice. If the Emperor allowed him to withdraw, then he would be condoning the Empress's absurd actions in front of everyone. The Emperor would definitely be implicated and lose the hearts of his subjects. If the Emperor didn't allow him to withdraw, then he would definitely argue with reason and force the Emperor to punish the Empress in order to appease the hearts of his subjects. Han Yunshi sat quietly in the silence. Long Feiyi was also very quiet as he looked at Bailey Yuanlong. Your Majesty, please allow this old subject to withdraw. Bailey Yuanlong said again. This time, several officials from the Bailey camp all stood up and knelt with Bailey Yuanlong, saying in unison, Your Majesty, this subject is worried about the disaster victims in the north and has no heart to enjoy today's feast. We earnestly ask Your Majesty to allow this subject to withdraw. Long Feiyi's brows furrowed at this. To the side, Gu narrowed his eyes. He hadn't taken the Bailey clan seriously before, but today was the first time he had seriously slapped Bailey Yuanlong's face. Gu Beiwa lowered his head and didn't say anything. At this time, many people were staring at him, waiting to see where he stood. Bailey Mingxiang, who was kneeling behind Bailey Yuanlong, stole a glance at Xiao Dong. He was a bit anxious. They'd agreed to move together, but the Xiao family hadn't moved. What was the meaning of this? Seeing that the Emperor hadn't said anything, Bailey Yuanlong knelt for the third time and begged, Please allow this, Your Majesty. At this time, many of the upright and loyal officials also stood up and knelt behind Bailey Yuanlong. They hadn't been involved in the struggle between factions and had always supported the Empress and Crown Prince. However, they were disappointed this time. Their actions weren't in line with Bailey Yuanlong, but to make their stance clear. The only reason they hadn't stood up immediately was because their ranks were lower and they didn't have much influence. Now that so many high-ranking officials had stood up, they naturally had to join in. They didn't say much and kowtowed one after another. Your Majesty, please allow this subject to withdraw. At this time, Long Feiyi looked at the motionless Xiao and Duke Ding. Do you want to stay? Xiaoan felt that this matter wasn't simple, but he couldn't find anything wrong. No matter how powerful Han Yunshi was, there were still times when she was muddle-headed and arrogant. Xiaoan hurriedly got up and walked to the center of the hall, kneeling next to Bailey Yuanlong. Your Majesty, please allow this old subject to withdraw. Seeing this, Xiao Dong and some of the Xiao family's henchmen also knelt. In a short while, 2/3 of the several hundred people in the hall had knelt. Long Feiyi still didn't express his stance. He looked pensively at those who hadn't knelt. Time slowly passed. Everyone waited for Long Feiyi's decision. At this time, a eunuch hurriedly walked over and whispered in Long Feiyi's ear, Your Majesty, Many commoners have gathered at the north and south gates. The leaders are all scholars, and they are denouncing Her Majesty the Empress. Long Fei Yi suddenly glared at him. What did they say? The eunuch jumped in fright. His legs turned to jelly, and he fell to his knees with a plop. Speak. Long Fei Yi said sternly. They said that Her Majesty the Empress held a banquet for the Crown Prince's first birthday and was extravagant and wasteful, ignoring the disaster victims. No, no. The eunuch was so scared that his tongue was tied. She's not fit to be the Empress, no, she's not fit to be the mother of the heir apparent. Extravagant and wasteful? Long Fei Yi sneered. Is there such a thing, Her Majesty? Wasn't this the truth in front of their eyes? Was there a need to ask? Everyone in the hall was alarmed and disappointed. The commoners were already making a fuss. Was the Emperor still insisting on indulging the Empress? Han Yunxi exhaled and left the banquet. She pulled Re to kneel in front of Long Fei Yi. Your Majesty, there's no such thing. Chenxia has been wrongly accused. Chapter 1245. As soon as Han Yunxi cried out, Rui, who didn't understand, immediately followed suit. Imperial father, Imperial mother is innocent. Han Yunxi almost laughed out loud. This son really was her biological son. How are you innocent? Long Fei Yi asked. Your Majesty, this concubine doesn't know if this concubine is fit to be Empress or the Crown Prince's mother. However, this concubine is organizing the Crown Prince's birthday banquet without any extravagance or wastage or neglect the disaster victims. Before Han Yunxi could finish, Bailey Yuanlong angrily interrupted. Your Majesty, everyone will have a table full of delicacies for today's banquet. One person's meal can fill 10 people's stomachs. If this isn't extravagance and wastage, then what is? There are commoners and soldiers in the north who can't return to their homes. It's not easy for them to even have a full meal. Your entire pot of chicken soup only consumes a few mouthfuls of soup. Haha, this really isn't wastage? This is a reckless waste of natural resources. Han Yunxi looked at Bailey Yuanlong and asked coldly, Is there anything else? Bailey Yuanlong sneered. Your Majesty, today's banquet is extraordinary. Could it be that Your Majesty doesn't think it's a waste? Just as everyone was surprised that Han Yunxi would argue, Han Yunxi actually admitted it loudly. Official Bailey is extremely right. There's a natural disaster in the north. This concubine's grand banquet is a grave mistake, a grave mistake. For a moment, everyone was stunned, thinking that they had misheard. Under the silent gazes of the crowd, Han Yunxi stood up with Re and walked to Long Fei Yi. Zhao Mama and Mu Ling who had been hiding at the side, finally showed themselves. They walked out from the left and right and stood on either side of Han Yunxi and Re. Mu Ling personally opened the lids of all the cutlery on Long Fei Yi's table. The kneeling people couldn't see the contents of the pots and bowls, so they didn't know what was going on. With a smile on her face, Mu Linger and Granny Zhao brought the pots and bowls down one by one for the officials to see. She saw that the pots and bowls were all filled with clear soup with spices. Not to mention fish, she couldn't even find a single tea leaf. For a moment, everyone, whether they were kneeling or sitting, was stupefied. Bailey Yuanlong and Bailey Lixiang were dumbstruck, as if someone had sealed their acupoints. They couldn't even move their eyes. As for the members of the Shao clan, their expressions were extremely ugly. Who would have thought that a table full of hot and fragrant food would turn out to be like this? Han Yunxi was clearly toying with them on purpose. Was Han Yunxi playing with them on purpose? It could only be said that these people were too full of themselves. Han Yunxi didn't have that much time on her hands. She was just using this opportunity to give some people a final warning. Granny Zhao personally brought over the pot of fragrant chicken soup. Han Yunxi said, Crown Prince, help your imperial father scoop the soup. Rui was very obedient and brought over the empty bowl with both hands. Han Yunxi personally scooped up a spoonful of chicken soup and placed it in the bowl. Rui carefully placed the chicken soup on the table. He didn't say a word as he followed his imperial mother to Bailey Yuanlong's seat. Granny Zhao immediately followed with the chicken soup, while Mu Linger followed closely behind. In front of everyone, she opened all the cutlery on Bailey Yuanlong's table. The table was filled with delicacies, but there was no fish, fruits, or vegetables. There was only clear soup with added spices. Bailey Yuanlong couldn't believe or accept this reality. He stuck his head out to look, but the truth was right in front of him. Rui personally brought over an empty bowl, while Han Yunxi personally scooped up a spoonful of chicken soup. This scene puzzled the shocked crowd. They couldn't figure out Han Yunxi's intentions, and didn't dare to speculate. Starting from Bailey Yuanlong, Han Yunxi and Ru opened all the cutlery on the kneeling officials with the help of Granny Zhao and Mu Linger, and left a spoonful of chicken soup for them. After walking around in a circle, they finally returned to Long Fei's side. By now, the bowl of chicken soup was almost empty. Granny Zhao respectfully placed the pot of stewed chicken and medicinal ingredients on Long Fei's table. Granny Zhao and Mu Linger withdrew, while Han Yunxi held Ruer's hand and returned to kneeling. Everyone quietly watched the mother and son's every move. Without a doubt, even a small movement from them was enough to set off perilous waves in the crowd's hearts. Han Yunxi said seriously, "Your Majesty, the Crown Prince's first birthday celebration is a great ceremony and cannot be abolished." "What is a ceremony?" "This concubine believes that it is a ceremony to share joy and suffering with the people. Today there is a natural disaster in the north, and the people are suffering. The Crown Prince's first birthday celebration is a ceremony to share the suffering of the people. For today's banquet, this concubine only ordered the kitchens to prepare a pot of chicken soup for your Majesty and the ministers. This is to tell the world that our imperial family and court are concerned about the suffering of the people, and are always thinking about the disaster victims in the north." Long Fei nodded seriously. Han Yunxi, Bailey Yuanlong's faction, and the Shao clan's faction were all sweating profusely. Their limbs were weak, and their hearts were even weaker. Bailey Yuanlong's face was indescribably pale, and Bailey Lixiang's stunned expression was still frozen on her face. It took her a long time to recover. However, there were also many officials who were kneeling on the ground who looked happy and respected the Empress again. Han Yunxi's next words were once again unexpected, catching Bailey Yuanlong and the Shao clan's faction unprepared. Han Yunxi said, "Your Majesty, this concubine recently obtained food and spices from Mu Ling. Thus, she used the spices to make soup and used the Crown Prince's first birthday celebration as an opportunity to test all the officials. This concubine believes that anyone who dares to leave the banquet and speak out to remonstrate today is a loyal official who cares about the people." This is Han Yunxi rewarding them? Isn't she going to pursue the crime of slandering the Empress? Bailey Yuanlong looked at Shaoan, who looked back at him. The two of them were even more afraid now. If Han Yunxi held them responsible for slandering the Empress, they could still defend themselves by saying that those who didn't know the truth weren't guilty, and that they'd rather die than speak out to show their integrity. But Han Yunxi actually played such a trick and rewarded them? This is too unsettling. What kind of game is Han Yunxi playing? Forget Bailey Yuanlong. Even the experienced and astute Shaoan had to admit that he couldn't see through the Empress's tricks. If you don't know the enemy, how can you fight? How could they win? At this moment, Bailey Yuanlong and Shaoan were truly afraid. They feared Han Yunxi from the bottom of their hearts. Bailey Lixiang finally recovered her wits, her mind still a little muddled. This woman who didn't play by the rules had already messed up all her plans and arrangements. Besides kneeling, she didn't know what to do or what to do next. Of those kneeling, some were terrified, while others rejoiced. Those sitting in their original seats weren't in a good mood either. Those who knew the truth naturally weren't afraid, but those who didn't know were no less terrified than Bailey Yuanlong and Shao. An esteemed empress had only said that the kneeling officials were upright officials, but hadn't said anything about the sitting ones. But in comparison, they'd become the ones who'd put their own safety first, and even helped the tyrant. A single birthday banquet and an empty banquet table. She'd practically figured out all the officials' positions and styles. "Rise and return to your seats," Long Fei said. After the Empress and Crown Prince took their seats, all the officials thanked the Emperor and Empress before returning to their seats. Long Fei picked up a bowl of chicken soup and smiled. "This is the best soup we've had since ascending the throne." He drank it all in one gulp. "My beloved subjects, have a taste." Those who'd received chicken soup all stood up to drink from their bowls, while those who hadn't also stood up with awkward looks on their faces. After drinking the soup, everyone thought that Long Fei would make things difficult for those who'd put their own safety first. But Long Fei didn't. The matter seemed to have passed just like that, leaving everyone in disbelief. Bailey Yuanlong and Xiaoan couldn't believe that the Emperor and Empress would let it go so easily. Bailey Lixiang suddenly remembered something and quickly shot a glance at a young eunuch on the side. The eunuch nodded and hurriedly retreated. However, as soon as he reached the door, he was stopped by Su Donglin. "Where are you in such a hurry to go?" Su Donglin asked. This servant is going to relieve myself." The eunuch's teeth were trembling. "This young master just happens to be going as well." "Let's go together," Su Donglin said. The eunuch's panic was written all over his face. He timidly followed Su Donglin to the outhouse before returning. "Is there anything else?" Su Donglin asked. "And nothing else." The eunuch shook his head. "Then go back and wait on her. Esteemed Empress has already given the order. Anyone who dares to run away in the middle of the banquet will be guilty of a great crime." Su Donglin warned coldly. The eunuch scrambled back to his seat. It took time for news of the imperial palace to spread to the outside world, and it required many people to spread it by word of mouth. The extravagance and waste of this birthday banquet had already been revealed. But the troublemakers outside the palace had no idea. The eunuch had just helped Bailey Lixiang spread the news, which had already reached the scholars who were causing trouble. Heaven knows what kind of mess they'd make. The eunuch wanted to give Bailey Lixiang a look when he entered the hall, but she didn't look back. Meanwhile, the banquet hall was silent. The Crown Prince was about to begin his task. The wide table was filled with all sorts of things, 66 in total. There were seals, books, brushes, ink, paper, inkstone, abacus, coins, account books, food, toys, and so on. Ruer was standing in front of the table, looking at the items. Everyone knew that the Crown Prince was precocious. Even if he wasn't, the Empress would have trained him to only grab the seals. Thus, no one cared about what the Crown Prince would grab. Everyone was still thinking about what had happened just now. Those who wanted to protect themselves were all speculating on how the Emperor would deal with them. Meanwhile, Bailey Yuanlong's and Xiaoan's factions were still panicking, trying to guess what Han Yunxi was planning. It was just a banquet to begin with, but everyone had been tormented until they were hungry and terrified. They were both physically and mentally exhausted. However, Han Yunxi, Long Fei and Gu were all looking at Ruer expectantly. Han Yunxi hadn't told Ruer what to grab, but Long Fei had told Ruer to grab whatever he liked. If Ruer didn't like the seals and didn't want to inherit the throne in the future, he'd let Ruer do as he pleased. In any case, Han Yunxi was still young. She could always give Ruer more brothers. Everyone was looking forward to it because they didn't know what Ruer would grab, and secondly, Han Yunxi and Long Fei had made a bet, Gu and Gu Beiwei had made a bet, and Tang Li and Ning Jing had made a bet as well. If all the civil and military officials in the hall were to know that their masters were actually in the mood to make a bet, how would they feel? What would Ruer grab? Chapter 1246. What would Ruer grab? Han Yunxi bet that Ruer would grab the antidote needle, while Long Fei bet that Ruer would grab the sword. The loser would have to eat the noodles cooked by the winner. Gu Beiwei bet that Ruer would grab the seal, while Gu bet that Ruer would grab the abacus. The loser would have to be the winner's servant for a day. Tang Li bet that Ruer would grab the scriptures, while Ning Jing bet that Ruier would grab the coins. The winner would be in charge of the finances. How would Ruier know that he was shouldering 3 wins and losses? He stood there for a long time, pondering seriously. It was really difficult to face so many choices. In fact, there were many things he wanted. But he could only have one. He grabbed his fingers, feeling more and more conflicted. The longer Ruier hesitated, the longer the ministers panicked. The gifts had been presented and the banquet was over. The banquet should be over after the drawing of lots, right? Almost 80% of the people in the hall were hoping for the banquet to end quickly. Because as long as it ended, they could no longer believe that the Empress was kind enough to not pursue their responsibility for slander. They could no longer believe that the Emperor was in a good mood today and would not pursue their crime of protecting themselves. Finally, Ruier reached out his hand. This time, the anxious people finally breathed a sigh of relief, as if they could see the hope of the banquet ending. On the other hand, Han Yunxi and Long Feiyi were nervous. The outcome was about to be decided. The hall was silent as everyone's eyes were fixed on Ruier. Ruier's hand reached out for the seal and grabbed it. At this moment, Gu Beiyue showed an extremely gratified smile. Gu's mood fell to the bottom. Han Yunxi and Long Feiyi, Tang Li and Ning Jing were not willing to lose or win. As expected of the Crown Prince. Haha, heaven's will. Heaven's will cannot be disobeyed. Long Feiyi said loudly, Ruier, come here. Although Zhou Zhao had foreshadowed it, Long Feiyi and the others did not believe it. If Ruier grabbed the seal, would the officials believe that the Crown Prince would be the Emperor in the future? Would they all submit? This was a naive thought. Long Feiyi carried Ruier up and let him sit beside him. This action of his was much more significant than grabbing the seal. He was telling everyone how much he expected of Ruier and how much he doted on him. It was a taboo for the Crown Prince to take the initiative to sit on the main seat. However, Long Feiyi, the Emperor, personally carried the Crown Prince up. That was the highest level of favor. The officials were all shocked when they saw this. They also knew that the Emperor was doing this for everyone to see. Now that the things used to catch Zhou Yu were taken back, everyone's anxious heart finally calmed down a little. They were just waiting for the Emperor to announce the end of the banquet. However, at this moment, a eunuch suddenly rushed in, looking very terrified. Your Majesty, something bad has happened. Not good. After the eunuch knelt, he shouted loudly. Speak clearly. Long Feiyi glared at him. Han Yunxi was even angrier. How dare you speak carelessly at the Crown Prince's first birthday banquet? Unless it's something extremely important, I won't forgive you. Your Majesty, esteemed Empress, the 2 groups of troublemakers have beaten up the soldiers and are rushing to the palace gates to meditate. The eunuch hastily reported. Bailey Lixiang was alarmed. Didn't she have someone spread the news? Why haven't they stopped yet? Bailey Yuanlong immediately turned to look at Bailey Lixiang. Father and daughter looked at each other, speechless. Long Feiyi's voice suddenly turned cold. Do they want to rebel? The banquet hasn't even ended yet. How would those troublemakers know that the Empress is being extravagant? The hall was silent. No one dared to answer. The Bailey clan and the Shao clan were well aware of the commoners causing trouble. As for the others, they were all part of the government and could more or less smell something fishy going on. Just like the Emperor said, the banquet hadn't even ended yet. How would the commoners know what happened? Moreover, those troublemakers hadn't started making a fuss now, but when General Bailey had stepped forward to admonish the Empress, they'd already started. Was there really such a coincidence in the timing? Those with ulterior motives didn't dare make a sound, while those with no ulterior motives didn't dare speak up, afraid that they'd offend one of the Guadukes without knowing the truth. Bailey Yuanlong was sweating profusely. He finally understood. How could Han Yunxi let him off so easily? Han Yunxi was waiting for those troublemakers to make a big fuss. After all, if Han Yunxi accused him of slander, he could still defend himself. But if Han Yunshi made a fuss about helping the commoners and causing trouble, it'd be very, very serious if it was discovered that the Bailey clan had instigated the commoners. In the silence, Bailey Lixiang unconsciously pressed a hand to her chest. Right now, her heart was pounding so fast that she found it hard to breathe. It felt like it could jump out of her chest at any moment. She never thought that things would develop to this point, nor did she think that the situation would be so serious. She thought that the commoners would put pressure on the emperor, who valued the people's will. But who knew that this would become a life-threatening trap for the Bailey clan? The emperor would definitely catch a few troublemakers and kill the chickens to warn the monkeys. Bailey Lixiang could only hope that the leaders she'd hired wouldn't betray her. In the silence, she finally couldn't help but speak up. Your Majesty, esteemed Empress. Before this, there were rumors that esteemed Empress was going to hold a banquet for His Highness the Crown Prince, but the commoners must have misunderstood esteemed Empress. As the saying goes, the ignorant are not guilty. The commoners didn't do it on purpose, so please don't let this disturb His Majesty and esteemed Empress' mood. Han Yunshi looked over, a cold smile flitting through her eyes. Bailey Lixiang's mouth was even more lovable than Bailey Mingxiang's. Unfortunately, she didn't like it at all. With a look from her, the eunuch reporting to Your Majesty, those unruly commoners heard from somewhere that Her Highness the Empress gave everyone a full set of tableware for the birthday banquet. They said that there were thousands of bowls on the table tonight. Before he could finish, Long Feiyi slammed the table with a loud bang. In an instant, everyone quieted down. Not a single sound could be heard. But after a moment, the Shao clan head, Shaoan, was the first to stand up and kneel. Your Majesty, please quell your anger. At this moment, all the ministers came to their senses and stood up in panic. They left their seats and knelt down. Your Majesty, please quell your anger. Your Majesty, please quell your anger. How could they not be frightened? This was too big a deal. The banquet wasn't over yet, so no one had left. Even the servants hadn't left. The commoners all knew about the tableware. It was clear that someone had leaked the secret, that someone was stirring up trouble behind the scenes, and that someone was even in charge of the affair. Inciting the commoners to slander the Empress and smear the Crown Prince's first birthday banquet was a crime even more serious than rebellion. Slandering the Empress, which had been passed down through generations, paled in comparison to this crime. Bailey Lixiang and Bailey Yuanlong were both stupefied. It wasn't until Bailey Qiu reminded them that father and daughter hurriedly knelt. Fa father. Bailey Lixiang cried out, unable to finish her sentence. She'd been tricked. The Bailey clan had been tricked. Although she'd hired those commoners, she'd indeed leaked the news. But she wasn't stupid enough to reveal the tableware and the details of the banquet. Who had leaked the news of the tableware? Was it the Shao clan, or perhaps Han Yunshi herself? Bailey Lixiang couldn't think straight anymore, while Bailey Yuanlong's mind was completely blank. They could only pray that the people they'd bribed wouldn't rat them out. Please don't. But Long Feiyi said coldly, someone come, immediately arrest those unruly commoners for Zhen. Don't let a single one escape. If we don't get an answer tonight, none of them will be allowed to take a single step out of the hall. Bailey Lixiang's heart almost stopped at these words. Bailey Yuanlong's body was already swaying. He couldn't even kneel properly. Bring them here for interrogation. I'd like to ask them why I'm not fit to be empress. Han Yunshi said coldly. So many people had drunk her chicken soup, but how many of them would be enlightened? Why did she prepare chicken soup instead of duck soup or other kinds of soup? Did they really think that Zhao Mama had raised too many chickens and no one would eat them? Kill the chicken to warn the monkey. She was reminding everyone that she was going to kill the chicken to warn the monkey tonight. If she didn't catch someone and teach them a lesson today, would these people still think she was an empress to play with? Actually, she'd originally planned to use the banquet as an excuse to ask the rich ministers to donate to Northern Li and raise some money and supplies for the disaster areas. Then she'd send them to them in R'er's name. This could be considered a gift from her and Long Fei to R'er. But the Bailey and Shao clans both objected as soon as she said she was going to hold a banquet. She might as well spread the word that she was going to hold a grand birthday banquet. If she didn't use this chance to teach the Bailey and Shao clans a lesson, the two most powerful factions in the Great Qin Empire would only get more and more overboard. Thus, she'd asked Mu Ling to come up with the idea of the tableware. As for the rioting commoners outside, she could only guess that they'd been bribed by the Bailey and Shao clans. As for whether they'd been bribed by the Bailey or Shao clans, she couldn't be sure. Bailey Lixiang's behavior made her guess that the Bailey clan was the mastermind behind the scenes. As for the tableware, no one had leaked it. Even now, the commoners still didn't know about the tableware. The eunuch had only said that because she'd ordered Zhao Mama to tell him about it. Later, they'd bring the commoners into the palace and interrogate the consul's men in the Great Hall. Under her and Long Fei's intimidation, would the consul's scholars be able to explain themselves clearly? Wouldn't they be so frightened that they'd immediately confess who was behind the scenes? The huge venue was terrifyingly quiet. Everyone seemed to be able to hear their own heartbeat. If not for Bailey Lixiang supporting him, Bailey Yuanlong would have fainted long ago. Bailey Lixiang looked like she'd lost her mind. Her palms were covered in sweat, gradually soaking her father's sleeves. This kind of quiet waiting was simply torture. Finally, the sound of shuffling footsteps came from outside the hall. Bailey Lixiang couldn't help but turn back to see a crowd of commoners being pushed in by the guards. They were all kneeling outside the hall. They'd been making a ruckus earlier, but now that everyone was kowtowing, no one daring to raise their heads. "Bring in the consul's men," Long Fei said coldly. Chapter 1247. The leaders of the riot were two scholars. Before the two of them were escorted to the main hall, they saw the emperor, the empress, and a group of ministers sitting in the main hall from afar. Their legs went soft. One fell to the ground while the other knelt, unable to get up. "Your Majesty, have mercy! Your Majesty, have mercy! This commoner was ordered to do this. Your Majesty, have mercy! I beg your Majesty to have mercy! This commoner doesn't know anything. Someone ordered us to do this." Everyone in the hall wore different expressions at these words. Han Yunxi sneered inwardly. She'd overestimated these two leaders. She'd thought she'd have to interrogate them after bringing them into the hall. But now, before they even came in, they had already confessed everything. "Who ordered you to do this?" Long Fei asked again. Long Fei didn't know what Han Yunxi had done, but he wasn't stupid enough to ask who leaked the secret. Long Fei's angry voice scared one of them into fainting. Now the hall was completely silent. Bailey Yuanlong and Bailey Lixiang were both trembling. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that a great disaster was about to befall them. The scholar outside the hall was so scared he couldn't speak clearly, his tongue in a knot. Yes, it was a eunuch in the palace who ordered this commoner to do this. Bailey Yuanlong's heart stopped at these words, but Bailey Lixiang was still holding on. She hoped that the eunuch wouldn't betray her. Of course, she'd done this in secret. She hadn't directly negotiated with the two leaders, but through a palace eunuch. This eunuch was called Chen Zhaoda. He hadn't personally negotiated with the two scholars either, but through a middleman. As long as the middleman kept his mouth shut and Chen Zhaoda didn't leak the secret, they wouldn't be able to find out the truth in a short time. "Who was it?" Long Fei asked again. Bailey Lixiang's heart was hanging in the air. She kept comforting herself that Chen Zhaoda wasn't that stupid. If he confessed, he'd lose his life too. The scholar didn't say anything for a long time. The little eunuch Chen Zhaoda stood to the side, his hands and feet trembling. He didn't dare to raise his head. In the silence, the atmosphere became more and more tense. Bailey Lixiang and Bailey Yuanlong were probably the most nervous people present. Life and death were at stake. "You're not going to say it, are you?" Long Fei Ye's cold voice made the people around him fearful. The scholar was scared out of his wit. This commoner doesn't. Before he could finish speaking, Han Yunshi suddenly spoke. Someone, drag Chen Zhaoda out for this consort. Tell him to endure this for a while. Yes. Su Donglin replied loudly. Bailey Li Xiang and Bailey Yuanlong were both stunned. The scholar had no idea who Chen Zhaoda was. He was wondering. Chen Zhaoda immediately knelt down in the main hall. Your Majesty, please spare my life. Your Majesty, please spare me. This servant was forced. This servant was. Before he could finish his sentence, Bailey Li Xiang threw herself at him like a madwoman. Don't speak nonsense. As soon as these words were spoken, the originally quiet hall fell into an indescribable silence. Even the world outside was silent. Bailey Li Xiang fell at the eunuch's feet, dumbstruck. Only then did she realize what she'd said and done. Heavens! What's wrong with me? Even if Chern Dezhao sold me out, I could still deny it. Even if you beat me to death. She could even use her death to prove her resolve and protect the Bailey clan. But however, what she did just now was undoubtedly a confession without being pressed. Everyone was looking at her. Some were shocked, some were sympathetic, and some were rejoicing in her misfortune. Of course, the Bailey clan was filled with despair. Chen Dezhao hadn't expected Bailey Li Xiang to throw herself at him. He met her eyes, too shocked to say anything. Han Yunshi watched all of this from her high vantage point, her face expressionless. Actually, she didn't know who the two troublemakers had contacted, nor did she know who Bailey Li Xiang had told to do it. Su Donglin had caught Chen Dezhao sneaking out of the palace, so she knew that Bailey Li Xiang and Chen Dezhao were in cahoots. So, she'd pushed Chen Dezhao out of the hall and let the scholar identify him as the culprit. It was purely a test. More accurately, it was a psychological warfare. The effect of this psychological warfare was really beyond her expectations. She'd only guessed that the mastermind behind Chen Dezhao was here, but never expected Bailey Li Xiang to admit it herself. Now she didn't need to waste her breath, nor did she need to waste her breath. It wasn't that she was cruel, or that her methods were despicable. There was no such thing as fair competition in the palace or court, nor was there any such thing as open and aboveboard. She was just giving Bailey Li Xiang a taste of her own medicine. She looked at Bailey Li Xiang from her lofty vantage point, 3 parts sympathy, 3 parts anger, and 6 parts regret. If Bailey Li Xiang was smart enough, she would have stayed in Northernly as a first-rank madam and never come back. How could the Long Fei Yi hand over all of Northernly to Jinzi? That was a very risky move. Based on her understanding of Northernly and her connections, as long as she had enough patience and time, she'd definitely be able to gain a certain amount of power. Moreover, if the Long Fei Yi needed to restrain Jinzi in the future, he'd definitely use her. She'd left the Bailey clan for so long, so why did she come back and get involved in this mess? Did she think she had enough ability and intelligence to fight for more benefits for the Bailey clan? How foolish! She must have forgotten. She wasn't the only one who'd managed to climb all the way to the position of imperial noble concubine and become the most favored concubine of the Northern Dynasty's emperors. How much help had the Long Fei Ye's forces in Northernly given her over the past decade? Just how much of Long Fei's advice had he given her on important decisions? Suddenly, Bailey Yuanlong groaned and spat out a mouthful of blood. "Father!" Bailey Qiu cried out in alarm as he rushed over to support him. Bailey Li Xiang finally recovered her wits and anxiously crawled over. "Father! Father!" Bailey Yuanlong wanted to say something, but his mouth remained open as he stared at the Long Fei Yi. In the end, he couldn't speak, and his vision darkened as he fainted. "Your Majesty, it was all my idea. My father and my younger siblings didn't know. It was all my idea. Your Majesty, please save my father. Please save my father." The Long Fei Yi was as cold as an iceberg, expressionless and silent. If the Long Fei Yi didn't speak, No one would dare save Bailey Yuanlong even if he was on the verge of death. After all, inciting the people to revolt was the most serious of crimes. In the worst case, it was punishable by 9 familial exterminations. Your Majesty, have mercy. This sinner pleads guilty. This sinner pleads guilty. This sinner is at your Majesty's disposal. My father is innocent. Your Majesty, I beg you to have mercy. Your Majesty, please save my father on account of all his hard work over the years. Your Majesty, esteemed Empress, have mercy. Esteemed Empress. Bailey Lixiang was like a mad woman as she kowtowed incoherently. Bailey Qiu and his wife also knelt and begged for mercy. Soon enough, the generals and their wives of the Bailey army all knelt as well, including the ministers. But the Long Fei Yi still didn't say a word, his gaze so cold that it was terrifying. The Guogong of Ding, Shaoan, had never expected things to turn out this way. Now, he felt both fear and relief. Back then, Xiao Dong had been so infatuated with Bailey Lixiang that he'd almost done the deed for her. Fortunately, he'd stopped him. Otherwise, he'd be the one vomiting blood and losing consciousness. Bailey Lixiang had colluded with Xiao Dong in an attempt to use the Southern Army's influence to put pressure on the Long Fei Yi. He'd also wanted to borrow the Bailey clan's power to put pressure on the Long Fei Yi. Both sides were aiming for the position of Empress and noble consort, so there was no problem in working together. Fortunately, he'd kept his cool and wasn't impatient. Otherwise, he'd have been implicated today. The Bailey clan's members were all kneeling on the ground, their pleas filling the hall. Long Fei Yi was like an emotionless god, looking down on them from high above. How many of them could see the anger and disappointment in his eyes? Han Yunxi didn't need to look to know Long Fei Yi was suffering. How could she not be suffering too? She wasn't the true princess of Western Qin, and she hadn't spent much time with the D clan. If the D clan had betrayed her and done something like this, she'd be angry and disappointed. Moreover, Long Fei Ye's relationship with the Bailey clan wasn't just a simple master-servant relationship. Bailey Yuanlong should have been the one who understood Long Fei Yi the most. Even if he was a crude man who wasn't meticulous enough and couldn't see through his master's thoughts after all these years, he should have been the most loyal person. But after the founding of the country, the Bailey clan had been the most outrageous and unbridled in the court's power struggles. Not to mention those who rejoiced in their misfortune, it was already good enough that they didn't kick them while they were down. Even those who'd benefited from Bailey Yuanlong and had been friends with him for many years didn't dare speak up in the face of the furious Long Fei Yi. The unconscious Bailey Yuanlong suddenly coughed up another mouthful of blood. "Father! Father!" Bailey Lixiang and Bailey Qiu didn't know what to do. Everyone else was also trembling with fear. This old general who'd followed the emperor the longest, who'd watched him grow up, and who was the pillar of the Bailey clan, was he really going to die in the main hall like this? Finally, someone stood up in the silence. It was none other than Grand Tutor Gu Beiwei. "Your Majesty, the Crown Prince's first birthday is a joyous occasion. For the Crown Prince's sake, please spare General Bailey's life. There are still many things we don't understand and need to investigate in detail," Gu Beiwei said seriously. It was impossible for the Empress to plead for mercy. Aside from her, only the Grand Tutor had the guts to persuade him. Bailey Lixiang and Bailey Qiu both grew nervous. The Bailey clan also looked over, their hearts thumping in fear. But Long Fei Yi said, "Empress, the Crown Prince is young and doesn't know any better. You decide for the Crown Prince on this matter." Now, Bailey Lixiang was in complete despair. The rest of the Bailey clan also lost their strength. If Han Yunxi made the decision, it'd be strange if Han Yunxi didn't torture the Bailey clan to death. The Bailey clan was finished. Chapter 1248. What kind of decision would Han Yunxi make? If possible, she would demote the Bailey clan to commoners, but she couldn't be willful. As the Empress, she shouldered her responsibilities. As the head of the military, she shouldered her responsibilities as well. Moreover, Long Fei had given her the power to decide, which made her even more responsible. Those who had their eyes on the Empress's seat and the head of the military only saw the Empress's power and glory. Had they ever considered the price they had to pay to sit by the Emperor's side? The Bailey clan couldn't fall. Once they did, Jiangnan's power would grow even stronger. There'd be unavoidable infighting in the military. The current balance of power in the imperial court would change as well. The north was still in turmoil, and all of Cloud Realm continent was still recovering from the war. It would be unwise to spend too much time and energy on infighting in the imperial court. Moreover, Bailey Yuanlong didn't just control the Bailey clan. He had countless soldiers under his command as well, all of whom were innocent. Han Yunshi had never thought of destroying the Bailey clan, because she couldn't find anyone more suitable than them to lead the Central Army, much less control the navy. Another important reason was that only the Bailey clan could fight against the Southern Army at the moment. Rather than destroy them and let the Southern Army show off, it was better to drive a wedge between the two sides. Just who was it that leaked the secret of the tableware? Most likely, the Bailey clan would suspect the Shao clan. She only needed to add fuel to the fire from the shadows to break the alliance between the Bailey and Shao clan. Once the Bailey clan bore a grudge against the southern armies, it'd save her and Long Fei a lot of trouble in the future. Of course, even if they didn't destroy the Bailey clan, they'd at least deal them a heavy blow. Only then would they hate the Shao clan even more. Your Majesty, the Crown Prince's first birthday is a joyous occasion. It's bad enough to see blood. As Chenxia sees it, let's lock up the people involved in the matter in the imperial prisons to await trial. As for how many of the Bailey clan members are accomplices, leave it to the justice courts to investigate. Deal with them as you see fit. Han Yunshi said seriously. Long Fei nodded. Men, take Bailey Lixiang away. Bailey Lixiang didn't resist, but she looked towards the Shao clan. Back then, they'd said they'd come together to persuade her, but the Shao clan still hadn't stepped forward. They must have been the ones who leaked the secret of the tableware. What a good Shao Dong! He actually dared to go back on his words and frame her and the Bailey clan. Even if she died, she would drag the Shao family down with her. Definitely. She had a lot of evidence in her hands. Bailey Lixiang and Bailey Yuanlong were escorted away. Aside from Bailey Qiu and his wife, the rest of the Shao family didn't dare to leave. After such a big thing happened, the Emperor and Empress must be in a bad mood. Everyone lowered their heads in fear. No one dared to make a sound. They all hoped that the banquet would end quickly. However, Han Yunshi sighed with emotion. Your Majesty, it seems that there are many people outside the palace who are dissatisfied with this concubine. If this concubine doesn't express herself, people might think that this concubine really doesn't care about Northern Li's disaster victims. As soon as Han Yunshi spoke, everyone went on guard. Even those who hadn't been afraid of her before and hadn't personally experienced her skills were now afraid. A few madams had planned to use this occasion to make trouble for Han Yunshi over the red packets. But now, they exchanged glances and shook their heads. They didn't dare act rashly. The madams decided to let the matter of the red packets go. Would Han Yunshi let it go as well? How does the Empress want to express herself? Long Fei asked. Your Majesty, the Crown Prince received many gifts today. Why don't we auction them off and donate all the proceeds to Northern Li's disaster victims? Han Yunshi asked seriously. Excellent. Long Fei naturally agreed. He cast a glance at Gu from the corner of his eyes and said, Then let's start from the auction of the number 7 tea house. Gu didn't have any interest in the battle in the imperial court. He was sitting lazily, waiting for the banquet to end. He was sleepy, hungry and bored. But when he heard that Long Fei and Han Yunshi wanted to bid for the number 7 tea house, he immediately became spirited and said loudly, What? Why? Does Prince you have an opinion about bidding for the Crown Prince's item? Long Fei asked. Of course there is. Gu almost said that he had an opinion. Fortunately, Gu Beiwe stopped him in time to remind him that this was a public occasion and he must not be presumptuous. Of course not. Gu immediately changed his words, but his gaze was even more bitter and angry. He actually wanted to auction off the tea house that he had painstakingly prepared for a year to exchange for silver? Was Long Fei Yi lacking in silver? He turned back to look at the ministers below and coldly said, "The value of the number 7 tea house is immeasurable. Benwang would like to see what price it can be auctioned for." Long Fei Yi said, "The tea house in the number 7 tea house is deeply in Zhen's heart. From Zhen's point of view, it must be a sky-high price." Gu was even more bitter as he scolded in his heart, "Long Fei Yi, it is deeply in your heart and you still want to sell it off? Is there a problem with your head?" Han Yunxi almost laughed out. She just started the auction and Long Fei Yi was able to play it like this. He really was an expert. Long Fei Yi said that the number 7 tea house could be auctioned for a sky-high price. Then, the ministers who bid later would definitely not dare to bid at a low price. Otherwise, they would not give Long Fei Yi any face. Long Fei Yi also said that the tea house in the number 7 tea house was deeply in his heart. This meant that he really liked the number 7 tea house. Then, if someone bid for it, would they still dare to keep it for themselves? Wouldn't they continue to offer it? Moreover, there were already rumors in the imperial court that Long Fei Yi and Gu were not on good terms. Gu could only be conferred the title of prince because of his relationship with Mu Ling. In this way, if Gu offered a high price, capable people would definitely compete with Gu to curry favor with Long Fei Yi. In short, Long Fei Yi was blatantly trying to cheat the ministers of their money. Would Gu Qixiao refuse to bid? Of course not. As soon as the auction started, Gu directly said, 30 million taels of silver. This price shocked everyone so much that they did not dare to open their mouth. A few years ago, everyone was still very rich. However, after a few years of war, all the consortiums were affected and their strength was not as strong as before. Tang Li was actually eager to give it a try. He could not wait to help his brother suppress Gu's arrogance. Unfortunately, Ning Jing stopped him. The people of the Bailey family could still afford the price. However, they were all guilty now. Who would dare to be in the limelight? As for those ordinary ministers, they did not have money. Even if they had money, they would not dare to be so ostentatious. It would be terrible if they were misunderstood as corruption. Therefore, Long Fei Yi actually wanted to use Gu to cheat the Jiangnan Consortium of their money. The Jiangnan Consortium was the wealthiest. Long Fei Ye's Kangon Bank had already filled the imperial treasury with money. It could not be compared to the Jiangnan Consortium to support all kinds of expenses. As for the national treasury, it was far from the Jiangnan Consortium's. It was not an exaggeration to say that the Jiangnan Consortium was as rich as a country. The Great Qin's current financial situation could be summed up in one sentence. Great Qin's emperor and empress were not poor. Great Qin's nobles were not poor either. However, the national treasury was extremely poor. The Great Qin's national treasury had its first source of funds. It had taken the silver from Western Zhou, Tianning, Tianan, and Northern Li's national treasuries, as well as the treasury of the central and southern regions. Although a starving camel was still bigger than a horse, in the past year, there had been reconstruction after the war and Northern Li's disaster relief. All kinds of expenses had been enormous. In this year, apart from Long Fei Yi, the Ministry of Revenue was probably the busiest. The Ministry of Revenue was in charge of the national treasury. Even if the emperor and empress wanted to use money from the national treasury, they had to go through the proper procedures. In the past year, all parts of the Great Qin Empire needed money. The central government departments needed money, and all the local officials had come to the Ministry of Revenue to beg for money. Fortunately, the construction of Yuning Palace and Tian, an imperial palace, had been funded by Long Fei Yi himself. Otherwise, the national treasury would have been empty by now. Not only in the past year, but also in the next few years, the national treasury would not be sufficient. The Minister of Revenue had calculated that according to the current situation of tax revenue, in the next 3 years, the national treasury would always be in a situation where its expenditure exceeded its income. Very soon, it would need the private treasury of the royal family to supplement it. The national treasury's income came from all kinds of taxes, mainly from agriculture and commerce. Agriculture accounted for a large portion of the income. Many merchants could still make use of the war to make a fortune, but agriculture was the industry that had suffered the most. Once war broke out, most of the able-bodied men would be enlisted as soldiers. How many people would be left to farm? Moreover, how many fields had been destroyed in the chaos of war? In the past year, 80 to 90% of the national treasury's silver and grain had come from the southern regions. Almost all of the other regions had given it away. It was precisely because the southern regions had contributed so much to the national treasury that the powerful officials and soldiers there were the most arrogant and proud of themselves. Those aristocrats, aristocratic families, and meritorious generals all believed that they had given the Long Fei enough support in the past to let Long Fei have nothing to worry about. Now they had made the greatest contribution to the national treasury, helping other places rebuild after the war and helping Northern Li tide over its difficulties. Thus, the Long Fei should repay them by giving them the greatest power and glory. But if not for the Long Fei's invasion of the South during Tianning civil strife, would the central and southern regions have enjoyed so many years of peace? After all, the central and southern regions were fertile lands with thousands of kilometers of fertile land. Who in the world didn't covet these lands? If the Long Fei had gone to the western regions or the northern regions during Tianning civil strife, the central and southern regions would have been the first to fall into chaos. The Great Qin Empire's national treasury had close ties with the southern regions, but the imperial family's private storehouses were at odds with the southern financial groups. The imperial family's private storehouse was the imperial family's little storehouse. More accurately, it was the emperor's little storehouse. Generally speaking, the income of the imperial family's private storehouses came from monopolized industries like silk, tea leaves, salt, and mining. The imperial family's private storehouses spent a lot of money as well. Most of it was used to build palaces, pay for all the expenses of the imperial family, and support their relatives and nobles. For example, duchies and duchies were raised by the royal family for generations. The Great Qin imperial family's private storehouses were mostly supported by the Long Fei's personal savings. Even now, there wasn't much income. That was because most of the silk, tea leaves, salt, and mining industries were still in the hands of the southern financial group. The tax system had yet to be revised. Chapter 1249. The Great Qin's national treasury was poor, but the emperor wasn't poor, and neither were his ministers. If the national treasury didn't have enough money, the emperor's private coffers would have to pay for it. If there came a day when the emperor's private coffers couldn't support the enormous expenditure, then the emperor's private coffers would have to pay for it. When that time came, the financial groups would become even more arrogant. The reform of the tax system was imperative, but how could it be so easy to reform the tax system? Not long ago, the Ministry of Revenue had proposed raising the taxes on tea and tobacco in Jiangnan, but the tea and tobacco farmers in Jiangnan had immediately objected. It would take at least 2 to 3 years for the tax reform to be finalized. Without taxes, the national treasury and the imperial family's private coffers would have nowhere to draw their money. The financial groups in Jiangnan were opposed to the tax system, and they didn't take the initiative to donate. Moreover, they wanted to enjoy the salary and benefits of a noble title. Long Fei had long since been annoyed. Han Yunshi had come up with the idea of bidding for the crown prince's birthday banquet, but Long Fei wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to ruthlessly swindle those financial groups. Gu's bid of 30 million taels of silver was met with silence. Duke Ding Xiaoan furrowed his brows as if he was pondering something, while Xiao Dong of the southern military region repeatedly shot him meaningful glances. At first, Xiaoan didn't understand whether Xiao Dong wanted him to bid or not. However, when Xiao Dong looked at the two empty seats, he immediately understood what was going on. Not long ago, something had happened in the West. There was a leather merchant in the West who was known as Boss Chen. In the name of his daughter, he had donated a large number of leather vests to the disaster victims in Northern Li to help them resist the cold. He had also donated 10 million taels of silver to the imperial capital, saying that he wanted to treat the construction workers to wine. The construction of the imperial capital required a large number of laborers. Some were transferred from the army, while others were recruited from the common folk. The soldiers in the army were paid a fixed salary, so they didn't have to be paid. However, the able-bodied men recruited from the common folk had to be paid on time. These wages naturally came from the imperial treasury. Tang Zijin was Long Fei Ye's uncle, so he loved the imperial treasury. He had taken a lot of money from the Tang clan to supplement the extra expenses. Boss Chen said that the 10 million was for the drinks, but it was actually a donation. Boss Chen made it sound quite nice, saying that the laborers were working hard for Great Qin, and that he was quite old and regretful that he could not personally participate. As such, he was willing to pay for the laborers to drink to show his sincerity and strength. As soon as this matter came out, Long Fei Yi immediately conferred the title of County Duke to reward Boss Chen for his concern for the people. Xiaoan followed Xiao Dong's line of sight and looked at the two empty seats. He was really tempted by the matter of contacting Boss Chen. For a banquet of this scale, every seat had been arranged. How could there be any empty seats? The banquet was about to end, but the two seats on the secondary seats were still empty. What did the emperor mean? Could it be that, as everyone had guessed, the emperor intended to confer the title of Commandery Prince at the banquet? If he performed well today, would he be conferred a title like Boss Chen in the West? The Xiao family did not lack money, but they lacked status. The title of County Duke did not make Xiaoan feel proud. On the contrary, it made him feel inferior. He was already wavering, but under Xiao Dong's repeated urging, he finally opened his mouth. 50 million! As soon as Xiaoan said this, the crowd became even more silent. In fact, there were still some people who were hesitant. However, since Xiaoan had spoken, who would have the courage to compete with him? As expected, the Xiao clan head is generous, Long Fei praised. Xiaoan quickly stood up. This humble subject does not dare to be rash in front of your majesty. I just want to do my part for the victims of the disaster in Northern Li. If my Great Qin has a few more people like County Duke Chen and Guogong Ding who worry about the country, then Zhen's hair will have fewer white hairs, Long Fei teased, his mood much better. Long Fei Yi was a man of few words, and Long Yi was even less. As soon as he said this, the people below could figure it out for a long time. As soon as Xiaoan heard the emperor mention County Duke Chen, he grew even more excited and determined to win the bid for number 7 tea house. Gu had no idea what County Duke Chen was talking about, much less why Long Fei Yi had left behind 2 secondary seats. He only knew that if Xiaoan dared to compete with Long Fei Yi for number 7 tea house, he was simply seeking death. 60 million taels, Gu said loudly. As soon as his voice trailed off, everyone was dumbfounded. This was far too shocking. Number 7 tea house didn't occupy a large area. At most, it could be considered a medium-sized tea house. In Cloud Realm Continent's current economic situation, 60 million taels was a sky-high price. Everyone knew that Gu was rich, but they never expected Gu to be so rich. Han Yunxi, Gu Beiwei, Tang Li, and the rest all looked towards Gu Qishao, all of them thinking the same thing. If Xiaoan stopped raising the price, Gu Qishao would become the biggest sucker in Long Fei's scheme this time. But to everyone's surprise, Xiaoan continued to bid without hesitation. 80 million. Xiaoan was still very polite. Your Highness Prince Yu, this official rarely has the chance to offer his heart to the northernly disaster victims. I hope you will let me win. Gu was already in a bad mood, so he didn't know how to write the word polite. He raised his eyebrows and looked disdainfully at him, saying loftily, "Let what? 90 million taels." Finally, the crowd couldn't hold back any longer and burst into an uproar. Even Han Yunxi and the rest didn't expect Gu to be so rich. But it wasn't strange when they thought about it. Gu was one of the three heavyweights of the three-way black market. In his early years, he made huge profits from his business in medicinal herbs and tea houses. More importantly, Gu was different from the Long Fei Yi and the other financial group. Gu was alone and had enough to feed his entire family. Compared to the Long Fei Yi and the other financial groups, his expenses should be the least. It had to be said that Shaoan was very, very surprised. He couldn't help but reevaluate Gu, the only prince of Great Qin. 200 million taels wasn't a small sum. Xiao An's resolute heart began to waver. If he continued to bid and used 90 million taels of silver to exchange for the title of Junwang, he would be more than happy to do so. However, he was worried that if he continued to compete with Gu, the price of the auction would rise to the point where it would go out of control. Of course, if it was within his means, he would still be willing to spend money to exchange for the title of Junwang. More importantly, he wasn't completely sure if the emperor would bestow him the title of prince if he was in a good mood. Shaoan hesitated. "Is there anyone else who dares to compete with this prince?" Gu asked arrogantly as he sat down carelessly. The crowd was silent. Shaoan and Xiao Dong looked at each other with furrowed brows. This emperor! Long Fei Yi suddenly opened his mouth. For a moment, no one understood what he meant. Gu didn't understand either. 100 million. When Long Fei Yi said this, everyone understood what he meant. He was also participating in the auction. The money for disaster relief was allocated from the national treasury by the Ministry of Revenue. The imperial family's private treasury didn't pay for it. They only donated a few taels of silver in the name of the imperial family. Long Fei Ye's 100 million had to be taken from the imperial family's private treasury. It was said that the auction was free to bid and there was no need to be restrained by etiquette. However, who would dare to compete with the emperor? Shaoan definitely wouldn't dare. However, Gu definitely dared. 110 million. Gu immediately increased the price. 120 million. Long Fei Yi followed closely. 130 million. Gu wasn't willing to be outdone. 150 million. Long Fei Yi didn't budge an inch. The crowd was so silent that even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. The smell of gunpowder between Long Fei Yi and Gu was getting stronger and stronger. It was almost to the point where they were about to start arguing. Everyone was terrified. However, not only did Gu not give in, he continued to press on. The price of the auction soared all the way to a jaw-dropping 230 million taels of silver. Han Yunxi and Gu Beiwei were stunned. This wasn't how things should be. Why were these two fellows fighting amongst themselves? If they continued to fight like this, where would Shaoan get the chance to perform? They would be scared off by Shaoan. 250 million. Long Fei Yi slammed the table. Han Yunxi sucked in a cold breath in shock. She knew that Long Fei Yi could afford it, but he shouldn't spend it so unjustly. He said that he was going to scam others today. Why did he scam his own private savings? Long Fei Yi slammed the table. Everyone was even more terrified. However, Gu was simply looking down on the emperor's prestige. He said, 260 million. In a moment, everyone looked at him. Previously, many people were dissatisfied with him being conferred the title of prince. However, after seeing his big spending, many people really admired him. Long Fei Yi didn't immediately increase the price like before. Instead, he looked at Gu coldly. The smell of gunpowder between the two of them could be smelled by anyone. Amidst the silence and tension, Shaoan suddenly stood up and said loudly, Reporting to your Majesty, this old subject boldly adds another 10,270,000,000. This, Shaoan increased the price after Gu increased the price. This could be considered as competing with Gu, not with Long Feiyi, right? Even so, he still used the word boldly. Long Feiyi's eyes flashed with a sneer as he asked, Duke Ding is so sincere. Prince Yu, are you still going to increase the price? Gu felt that Long Feiyi's words were strange, but he didn't think much about it. In any case, no matter what, the number 7 tea house couldn't fall into the hands of others. He didn't think much about it and increased the price again. At this moment, Gu Beiyu secretly tugged at his sleeve and murmured, Little Qi, that's enough. Enough? Gu instantly woke up and realized that this might be a trap. He was silent for a moment and immediately waved his hand dispiritedly. Enough, enough, Duke Ding's family has a lot of money, everyone knows. This prince won't compete with him. Ah! Long Feiyi laughed and seemed to be in a very good mood. He looked at the officials. Is there anyone else who wants to increase the price? Who would dare? Who would dare? No one made a sound. Shaoan looked at Long Feiyi's extremely good mood and his nervous heart relaxed a little. He had been struggling, pondering, and evaluating. In fact, he had almost given up. However, seeing Gu provoking the emperor like that, he threw caution to the wind. As long as he suppressed Gu's price, the emperor would be happy. Chapter 1250. Long Feiyi's laughter made Shaoan very satisfied. He was certain that he had made the right decision and looked forward to being conferred a higher title. Since no one is bidding, I announce that number 7 tea house will be won by Duke Ding and all proceeds will be donated to the disaster areas in the north. Men, send the deed to Duke Ding. At Long Fei's words, Shaoan hastened to speak up. Your Majesty, this official only wants to do what I can for Northern Li's disaster victims. Number 7 tea house is a gift from the Prince of Yu to the Crown Prince. This official doesn't dare to covet it. Shaoan took the deed and personally presented it to the Crown Prince. Little Ruer looked at his imperial father, then at his imperial mother, and then at Grand Tutor Gu Beiyu. He did not say anything for a long time. Long Feiyi and Han Yunxi also did not say anything. Gu Beiyu only smiled at Ruer. Your Highness, this is the Shao family's sincerity. I hope your Highness will accept it. Shaoan said respectfully. Little Ruer looked at him with a serious expression, as if thinking about something. Shaoan waited patiently with his back bent. Everyone looked on and sighed in their hearts. They were sighing about the Shao family's wealth. The great Qin Empire's treasury was so poor, but the Shao family was rich. Wasn't the Shao family's limelight a bit too much? They were sighing about how the Shao family fawned on the crown prince. Everyone knew that the nobles in the south had their eyes on the empress and imperial concubine. The Shao family's patriarch actually gave such a gift at the crown prince's birthday banquet. Shaoan's thoughts were all on the second seat. He was immersed in his dream of being conferred the title of prince, and did not think too much. Finally, Little Ruer reached out and took the deed. Little Ruer said, Imperial Father, I like him. Long Feiyi laughed. I like him too. I believe that the people of Northern Li will like him too. Men, write a decree to confer Duke Ding as a prince. His title is Ding. As soon as these words came out, everyone was even more shocked. Shaoan was stunned at first, but then he quickly retreated and knelt down to express his gratitude. Just like that, Shaoan was promoted from a duke to a royal prince. He immediately sat on one of the 2 empty seats in the secondary seat. It had to be said that everyone present, including many high-ranking officials of the southern faction, could not see through the current situation. After that, a few more items were auctioned off. Shaoan and Gu remained silent, leaving the opportunity to their ministers. Long Feiyi had previously conferred 2 dukes. Originally, there were 4 Grand Dukes. Now, excluding Shaoan, who had been promoted, there were 5 Grand Dukes in total. Looking at the last seat, everyone thought of the Bailey clan. Could it be that this seat was originally prepared for Bailey Yuanlong? Although the emperor had used various methods to cheat everyone of their money, the matter was definitely not as simple as that. There were many people who had donated 50 million yuan today, but the emperor had conferred 2 dukes. Why were there 2 of them instead of 1 or 3? After the birthday banquet, the 100 Lane family would definitely be dealt with, and Great Qin's situation would most likely change. Now that the situation had changed, everyone's standpoint would change as well. Everyone's hearts were heavy because of their hunger. When the left and right congratulatory gifts were auctioned off, Long Feiyi said, "Come, list out today's gift list and the bidding price, and announce it to the world. The generosity of the ministers is a blessing for us, the Crown Prince, and even more so for the people of the North." Everyone's hearts were originally heavy, but when they heard this, the high-ranking officials of the Jiangnan and Bailey factions who had given ordinary gifts almost cried. They had originally thought that they could use the Empress extravagance to save some money. But now, things had turned out like this. How would the common people know everything that happened at the birthday banquet? Every detail? If this gift list was leaked, wouldn't they be scolded for being stingy and shabby? Scams. This was simply too much of a scam. No matter who it was, no matter how powerful they were or how rich their family was, it was impossible for them to stand in front of the Empress and Empress. When the birthday banquet ended, Mu Ling-er, who had been hiding at the side, finally walked out. She knelt in the hall and presented a red envelope with both hands. "Your Majesty, Empress, Your Highness the Crown Prince, Ling-er would like to offer a token of appreciation to the disaster victims. This is a red envelope bestowed by Her Majesty the Empress during the New Year. It is the first red envelope given by Her Majesty the Empress. Ling-er originally kept it as a souvenir, but now I offer it together with the bidding price. Ling-er hopes that this token of appreciation can warm the people of the North." Gu was puzzled. When did this girl, Mu Ling-er, become so eloquent? How long had it been since he last saw her? Had she really grown up? How much money could a red envelope hide? However, when she said this, it really was a heavy and meaningful token of appreciation. "Haha, Your Majesty, our family's Ling-er has grown up." Han Yunshi laughed. The word, "our family," elevated Mu Ling-er's status to such a high level that no one dared to look down on her. At this moment, the madams in the hall exchanged glances. After all, they'd all brought empty red envelopes today. Originally, they'd planned to slap the Empress in the face. But after Bailey Lixiang was imprisoned, they'd all restrained themselves and didn't dare to be impudent. Mu Ling-er had offered up her red envelope, so after the banquet, the other madams and young misses would surely follow suit. What were they going to do with their empty red envelopes? Sitting next to Xiao Dong, Madame Xiao grew anxious. "Master, what should we do?" "We'll talk when we get back," Xiao Dong muttered unhappily. He was still immersed in the joy of Xiao An's coronation, so how could he care about something as trivial as a red envelope? Just like that, the Crown Prince's birthday banquet ended with Mu Ling-er donating a red envelope. After Chang Feiyi and the others left, the other ministers followed suit. Outside the palace, a group of ministers surrounded Xiao An to congratulate him. There was no lack of supporters of Bailey Yuanlong among them. This made Bailey Yuanlong's 2 trusted aides furious. They went to the Bailey estate that very night to complain. Bailey Yuanlong was still unconscious. Bailey Mingxiang's eyes were red from crying as he personally stood guard. Bailey Qiu came out to greet the guests. By the time Bailey Qiu returned, it was already midnight. "Mingxiang, go beg esteemed Empress." Before Bailey Qiu could finish, Bailey Mingxiang cut him off. "I'm not going. You'll have to clean up your own mess. Esteemed Empress has always treated the Xiao family well. Brother, father and eldest sister are muddle-headed, but are you going to follow suit?" The invitation to the Crown Prince's birthday banquet was for her father, brother, and family members. No one was specifically named. She had the right to attend, and her eldest sister had urged her to come. But she'd purposely waited for the banquet to start before entering the city. How could she not want to attend? How could she not want to see the Emperor and Empress, the little master, the Grand Tutor, and Miss Ling? But she didn't go in the end and stayed at home. She could participate in the bustle of the past, but the bustle of the present had nothing to do with her. Being able to survive was the greatest bustle of her life. Bailey Chiu was stunned. He'd never seen his sister lose her temper before. Ming Xiang, you know father and eldest sister's temper. Can I stop them? Bailey Chiu asked helplessly. You know His Majesty's temper too. What can I say? Bailey Ming Xiang asked. Go beg esteemed Empress. As long as she's willing to show mercy, His Majesty will definitely show mercy. For Bailey Chiu and the entire Bailey family, Bailey Ming Xiang was their only hope. Sister, take it as your brother begging you. Go to the palace now. It'll be too late if His Majesty goes to court tomorrow morning. Bailey Ming Xiang shook his head. You really don't understand her. Brother, esteemed Empress won't see me. You. Bailey Chiu was furious. Sister, did you know that Shaoan was made a Junwang? We've been set up by the Shao family this time. Go tell esteemed Empress that the Shao family had a part to play in inciting public anger. It was the Shao family who instigated eldest sister. Bailey Mingxiang was expressionless and didn't move from her spot. Bailey Chiu was about to go crazy from anxiety. At this moment, Bailey Yuanlong suddenly woke up and stared blankly at Bailey Chiu. You, what did you say? Father's awake. Bailey Mingxiang wanted to take his pulse, but Bailey Yuanlong waved her hand away. Maida Junwang, who was Maida Junwang? Bailey Yuanlong stared fixedly at his son. Although Bailey Chiu didn't want to say it, he had to under his father's gaze. Father, His Majesty auctioned off the Crown Prince's gift. Shaoan spent a lot of money to please His Majesty, so His Majesty made him a Junwang on the spot. Bailey Yuanlong was stunned. After a while, he muttered, Shaoan. Shaoan sat in the secondary seat? And who else? Father, of the 2 empty secondary seats, one was given to Shaoan, and the other has always been empty. Bailey Yuanlong seemed to have thought of something. His eyes widened and he suddenly cried out, Master, this old official was wrong. Wrong. This old official. Before he could finish, he spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes widened, and his hand fell to his side as he breathed his last. Father! Father! Bailey Mingxiang and Bailey Chiu didn't expect this. Bailey Mingxiang threw herself at him and wailed, Father! Father! Bailey Chiu fell heavily to his knees, completely stupefied. Father is gone. Bailey Chiu didn't know how long he remained in a daze. Finally, he got up and ordered a servant to report the death to the palace. At this moment, Han Yunxi and Long Fei Ye's group had just eaten supper and hadn't gone to bed yet. Gu had lost a bet to Gu, but he was very indignant and insisted that Gu Beiwei had cheated by teaching Rir how to hold the seal in advance. No one knew whether Gu Beiwei had taught Rir or not. Gu held Rir in his arms and asked several times, but Rir refused to say. Just as Long Fei Yi and Han Yunxi were about to make a bet, Tang Li and Ning Jing were about to make a bet, and Mu Ling was especially interested in making a bet as well. Thus, Han Yunxi ordered for the 66 items to be brought over, and Ru'er had to pick them again. Ru'er secretly rolled his eyes at his imperial mother. Only the heavens knew what he was thinking. However, he was very cooperative. Since it was a new bet, everyone chose again, but the stakes didn't change. While Ru'er stared blankly at the 66 items, the adults each wrote down their own guesses on a piece of paper and handed it to Granny Zhao. Mu Ling was a newcomer. She glanced at Chi brother and said with a smile, Chi brother, I want to bet with you too. Gu was suspicious. It wasn't strange that this girl didn't pester him in the hall. He thought that she would immediately pester him after returning and ask him why he ran away, but she didn't. Moreover, her attitude was as if nothing had happened. Actually, Mu Linger's attitude only made Gu Qishao uneasy. Chi brother, do you dare? Mu Ling urged. Chapter 1251. Gu was very uneasy that Mu Ling didn't pursue the matter of him running away from Medical City. If Mu Ling really didn't pursue the matter, he would have an easy time. He was afraid. He was afraid that Mu Ling had some tricks up her sleeve. Chi brother, you don't dare to bet with me? Mu Ling laughed. What are we betting on? Gu asked. What does Chi brother want to bet on? Mu Ling asked. Up to you. Gu was on his guard. Mu Ling giggled as she drew closer to Gu Qixiao's ear. It was unclear what she said in a low voice, but Gu Qixiao froze. Mu Ling stepped back and asked, Do you dare? Gu hesitated, but he still agreed. No problem. If you lose, you can't go back on your word. Mu Ling chuckled and went to the side to write down her guess. She immediately folded it and handed it to Granny Zhao. No one knew what Gu and Mu Ling's bet was. But when they saw Gu's serious expression, they felt that Mu Ling's bet wouldn't be simple. Just like that, the 7 of them formed 4-bet. At this time, was still struggling in front of a pile of things. He wanted a lot of things. How should he choose? Han Yunxi and the others sat around and watched. They were all calm and relaxed, as if they could afford to win or lose. On the other hand, Granny Zhao stood on the other side of the 66 items, facing the Crown Prince. She didn't participate in the bet, but she was very nervous. She carefully flipped open the booklet and read it again. She couldn't remember what the masters were betting on. In these 4 bets, Han Yunxi and Long Feiyi played a game. Han Yunxi bet that Rui would choose the abacus while Long Feiyi bet that Rui would choose the hidden weapon. The loser had to eat the winner's noodles. Tang Li and Ning Jing played around. Tang Li bet that Rui would choose the account book while Ning Jing bet that Rui would choose the sword. The winner would control the finances of the couple. Gu Beiyue and Gu played 1 round. Gu Beiyue bet that Rui would choose the seal while Gu bet that Rui would choose the gold ingot. The loser had to serve the winner for a day. Gu and Mu Ling played 1 round. As for what Mu Ling was betting on Rui's choice, Granny Zhao couldn't help but laugh. At this moment, Rui turned to look at Han Yunxi with a confused expression. 1. No, you can take as many as you want. Take as many as you like, Han Yunxi said hurriedly. Rui immediately grinned. He turned back to the pile of things and began to pick carefully. Everyone's eyes immediately gathered on him. Suddenly, Rui squatted down. There was an account book, an abacus, and a sword beside him. Han Yunxi, Ning Jing, and Tang Li were all nervous. Rui suddenly grabbed the abacus. Han Yunxi rejoiced and flashed a provocative smile at Long Fei, incomparably happy. If it wasn't for the fact that she couldn't disturb Rui, she would have laughed out loud. As expected of her biological son, she won the first thing he grabbed. Long Feiyi glanced at Han Yunxi. He was still very calm. Rui choosing the account book didn't mean that Han Yunxi had won. Rui could still choose the hidden weapon. Han Yunxi was overjoyed. Who knew that Rui would throw the abacus back when he felt that it was meaningless? This Han Yunxi's smile froze. Long Feiyi turned around and looked deeply at Han Yunxi. He was clearly mocking her. Han Yunxi wanted to grab Rui and kiss him. Was he playing with her? Long Feiyi and Han Yunxi were flirting. Ning Jing and Tang Li were both nervous because Rui picked up the account book and sword at the same time. Tang Li was betting on the account book while Ning Jing was betting on the sword. How could they not be nervous? Rui squatted there and looked at the account book seriously. Tang Li stroked Tang's little head with anticipation. Rui put down the sword and walked towards Granny Zhao with the account book in both hands. Tang Li's smile widened. He whispered to Ning Jing, "My brother knows how to look at account books since he was young. He must have learned this from him." Ning Jing was resentful and didn't even bother to look at him. Who knew that Rui would throw the account book at Granny Zhao's feet and say, "No"? Everyone was stunned at first and couldn't help but laugh. Only Tang Li's face darkened. Other children picked what they liked. It seemed that Ruer picked what he didn't like and threw it out. Han Yunshi patted her chest subconsciously. She was very glad that her son put the abacus back. When Ruer returned to the pile of things, everyone became nervous again. But it was a different kind of nervousness. Previously, they were looking forward to Ruer using their own things. Now, they couldn't wait for Ruer to stay away from those things. Ruer also walked over to the pile of toys and pastries. He frowned and looked at them with disdain. He sat down cross-legged and waved at Tang Tang. "Tang, do you want to eat?" he asked in a childish voice. Little Tang Tang was a little sleepy. When she heard the word eat, she immediately perked up and her eyes lit up. Eat! She nodded vigorously. Tang Li and Ning Jing were particularly helpless. Little Tang Tang had never been interested in other people's things. No matter how fun or delicious it was, she didn't care. Why was she not immune to Ruer's things? "Come," Ruer said seriously. Little Tang Tang immediately jumped out of her father's arms. Ruer ran to the side and dragged a small bamboo basket in front of Tang Tang. He still said seriously in a childish voice, "Put it in." Was he letting little Tang Tang take as much as she wanted and take whatever she wanted? "Thank you, little brother." Tang Tang was happy. "I don't like you, little brother." Ruer ignored her and lowered his head to pick other things. Tang Tang took the food first and put all kinds of pastries into the basket before putting in the toys. No one chose the pastries or toys. Everyone knew that Ruer didn't like these two things. Therefore, no one paid much attention to Tang Tang and focused on Ruer. Ruer had already thrown away several things, including some copper coins, rulers, and ornaments. Suddenly, Tang Tang picked up the seal and asked, "Little brother, is it for me?" As soon as she said that, everyone immediately looked over. Ning Jing's face turned pale. Gu was the first to laugh out loud. Han Yunshi also couldn't stop laughing. If this happened at today's birthday banquet, the Tang sect would probably be finished. However, in private, Han Yunshi didn't mind at all. Long Fei Ye's calm expression didn't seem to mind either. However, Ning Jing was also frightened. She was about to reprimand them when Han Yunshi stopped her and whispered, "It's just a game. Let them be." Tang Li also felt that it was inappropriate. However, Long Fei Ye looked over and said faintly, "Let's see what Ruer wants. It's fine." With Long Fei Ye's words, Tang Li and Ning Jing felt more at ease. However, they didn't dare to completely relax. What if Ruer didn't give it to her and Tang Tang insisted? She was still a child. Although she was taught well, her nature couldn't be suppressed. How could she be very sensible? Little Tang Tang held up the seal. Ruer looked over suspiciously. When he saw the seal, he immediately ran over. "No. Not giving. Not giving," he said, "not giving 3 times in a row, showing how determined he was." He ran in front of Tang Tang but didn't directly snatch the seal. Instead, he reached out and said, "Give it to me." Little Tang Tang was frightened by Ruer's aggressiveness. She quickly handed the seal to him and said 3 times in a row, "No, no, no." She didn't want it. Long Fei Yi laughed. Everyone else was amused and roared with laughter. Tang Li and Ning Jing's worried hearts finally settled down. Little Tang Tang also had a backbone. She dragged a basket of food and toys and happily returned to her father's side. She didn't want anything else from Ruer. Ruer put the seal back and began to pick other things. "Looks like I won." Gu Beiyue chuckled softly. "Haha, I might not lose," Gu said disdainfully. As soon as he said that, Ruer picked up the gold ingot that Gu bet. Seeing this, Gu Qishao's eyes widened. Mu Linger grew nervous as well and held her breath. The gold ingot was so big that Ruer couldn't hold it with one hand. He had to hold it with both hands. How could this child not love money? Gu murmured. His father had cheated so much money from the officials. How could he not love money? How could Ruer not love money? He didn't recognize the banknotes, but he recognized the shiny gold ingot. He held the gold ingot and ran to Han Yunshi. "Mother, for you." Han Yunshi was amused. You don't want it? No, it's for mother, Ruer answered seriously. He stole his mother's banknotes but gave her the gold ingot. This child really made people laugh and cry. When he grew up and became sensible, how would he react when he found out about the embarrassing things that happened to him when he was young? Han Yunxi accepted it graciously and stroked Ruer's head. She didn't forget to kiss him and said seriously, "Son, if you see gold in the future, you have to give it to mother, okay?" Ruer nodded immediately. Okay. Gu looked at Han Yunxi and said seriously, "Poison girl, you can't cheat a child of his money like this. Quickly return it to him." Han Yunxi really wanted to return the gold ingot to Ruer, but he didn't want it and stuffed it back to her. "Ruer, you really don't want it?" Han Yunxi asked seriously. "No." Ruer was serious. Han Yunxi looked at Gu. Without her saying more, Gu was already listless. Gu hugged his knees and sat sideways on the chair, staring at Ruer resentfully. He glanced at Mu Ling who was sitting not far away. He might have lost, but that didn't mean Mu Linger would win either. His scalp tingled at the thought of Mu Linger's bet. He prayed that Mu Linger would lose too. Ruer started picking out the things he didn't want again. He picked out a lot and kept a lot. Han Yunxi's abacus, Chang Feiye's hidden weapons, Ning Jing's sword, and Gu Beiyue's seal were all left behind. There were also some scriptures, the 4 treasures of the study, and porcelain. Granny Zhao looked on helplessly. How was this a lottery? Ruer, you want all these things? Han Yunxi sighed inwardly. So her son was also a greedy person. Ruer didn't answer immediately. He looked around and picked up the abacus again. Han Yunxi was stunned. Chapter 1252. Ruer grabbed the abacus again, and Han Yunxi's heart skipped a beat. If she lost, she would have to eat Long Feiye's noodles. Was Long Fei going to cook? Did he cook anything? Han Yunxi was extremely nervous, but her son looked at the abacus curiously, as if he didn't know what it was. However, he got bored after playing for a while. He took the abacus and walked over to little Tang Tang. Is this kid treating the abacus as a toy? Isn't that? Han Yunxi was about to speak when Long Fei grabbed her hand so tightly that Han Yunxi didn't dare to continue, afraid that Long Fei would crush her hand. Han Yunxi looked back, only to see Long Fei's lips curled into a smile as he looked at his precious son with interest. Sure enough, Ruer treated the abacus as a toy and handed it to Tang Tang. It's yours. Tang Tang had seen her mother use the abacus before, and she liked it too. You don't want it? Tang Tang asked. No. Ruer's sentence was Han Yunxi's death sentence. Long Fei gently patted Han Yunxi's hand and let her go. Ruer, do you want the rest? Long Fei finally asked. Although Ruer wanted a lot of things, he chose every one of them carefully and thought it through. He looked at it again and replied, yes. Ah. Long Fei was in a good mood. Good. Excellent. Ruer didn't know what their bet was and didn't understand what his father was so happy about. He picked up 2 books from the ground and ran to Gu Beiyue, asking him to teach him how to read. If Ruer understood what happened today, he would definitely despise these adults who didn't sleep in the middle of the night, including his high and mighty father. Long Fei, Gu Beiyue, and Ning Jing all won. Long Fei turned to Han Yunxi and whispered in her ear, Empress, I will personally make you a bowl of noodles later. Wait for it. Han Yunxi's expression stiffened. This concubine thanks your majesty for the reward. Long Fei was already in a good mood after winning the first birthday banquet. Seeing Han Yunxi's sullen expression, he was even happier and laughed loudly. Unlike Ning Jing, Tang Li was especially honest and said in a low voice, Jing, I really don't have much private money. I'm already yours, what about money? What's the hurry? Ning Jing asked back. It's not a hurry, it's… Tang Li was at a loss for words. He and Ning Jing's finances had always been separate, so of course, all the expenses were paid by him. It wasn't a big deal to let Ning Jing take charge of the finances, but the key was that with Ning Jing's shrewdness, he would probably have to ask her for permission to spend money in the future. Could he still happily buy? The winner had the joy of the winner, and the loser had the depression of the loser. Gu Beiwei wasn't in a hurry to find Gu to collect the debt. Gu also didn't care that he lost to Gu Beiwei, because his bet with Mu Ling was even bigger. At this moment, he was staring at Mu Ling. Mu Ling also looked at him, smiling sweetly. Anyone who saw her would feel that she was very happy. Finally, Gu couldn't help but ask loudly, "Zhao Mama, what did Ling bet on? Let me have a look." At this time, everyone who was immersed in their own victory or defeat suddenly remembered that the real winner between Mu Ling and Gu had not been decided yet. Although Gu Qishao had lost, it was possible that Mu Linger had lost as well. "Ling what did you bet on?" Han Yunshi asked curiously. "Did you win?" Mu Ling smiled slyly and didn't speak. "It looks like you won?" Han Yunshi was overjoyed. "What did you bet on with Qi brother?" Mu Ling smiled even more slyly, and that smile made Gu's hair stand on end. "Hee, we bet that if I win, Qi brother will kiss me. If I lose, I will be Qi brother's godsister." When Mu Ling said this, Han Yunshi almost fell off her chair. Long Feiyi looked at Gu in disbelief. Where did this guy get the confidence that he would definitely win? He actually dared to bet with Mu Ling like this? Gu Beiwei and the others didn't speak, and they all looked at the booklet in Zhao Mama's hand. Victory or defeat, it all depended on it. Zhao Mama handed the booklet to Gu, but Gu hesitated and didn't touch it. "Qi brother, you don't dare?" Mu Ling laughed. Gu Qishao knitted his brows at her before taking the booklet. When he flipped it open, he saw that Mu Linger had written down none other than the words classics. At this moment, Ruer, who was leaning against Gu Beiwei, was holding a scripture in her hands. "Qi brother, did I win?" Mu Linger asked loudly. Gu didn't speak for a long time. Han Yunshi came over and took the booklet. She couldn't believe it. "Ling won. Qi brother, kiss me." Mu Ling asked cheerfully, not embarrassed at all. On the other hand, Gu looked up and frowned. "Ahem." Han Yunshi coughed lightly and got up to carry Ruer. "It's late, everyone should go and rest." Long Feiyi glanced at Gu with disdain, and was the first to leave. Tang Li and Ning Jing followed suit. Gu Beiwei was the last to leave. When they reached the door, he turned back and added with an especially harmless smile, "Shao Qi, settle the score with Ling first. We'll settle our score later." Who said that Gu Beiwei was a good person? He was full of evil tricks from the start. Gu wished he could send him flying with a kick. Everyone had left. The room was silent. Only Gu and Mu Ling were left. Mu Ling was still laughing and couldn't stop. She looked so happy. Gu sat there and was about to open the door when Lil Thing suddenly fell from the roof beam with a plop. Lil Thing had followed Mu Ling to Yuning Palace like a rat celebrating a festival. It didn't dare to find Mama Yunshi because Papa Long was always by her side. It didn't dare to show its face in front of its little master either. Whenever the little master saw it, he'd either throw it away or tug on its ears, tail, or even pluck out its most cherished fur. It could only wait for the gentleman to come. At this moment, the little master would not pester its young master. It could finally return to its young master's embrace. Lil Thing looked at Gu, then at Mu Ling. Actually, it had no idea what was going on, but felt that the two of them were a little strange. It was the middle of the night. Why hadn't a single man and woman left? Was there something important going on? Gu was already irritated, but Lil Thing's stare only made him more irritated. Did even this rat think that there was something going on between him and Mu Ling? "What are you looking at?" Gu asked. Lil Thing was about to chase after the gentleman, but when it saw Gu talking to it, it kept staring at Gu instead. Gu simply raised a foot and stomped down. Cheep! With a shrill squeal, Lil Thing's tiny figure disappeared under Gu's foot. By the time Gu removed his foot, Lil Thing's round body had already turned flat. If Long Fei Yi and his son saw this, they'd definitely treat Lil Thing like a rat. Mu Ling burst into laughter and quickly picked up Lil Thing. She tugged at its limbs, tugged at its tail, and twisted its head. Lil Thing was completely listless. It realized that being stomped flat was worse than being thrown out. It didn't want to move at all, only play dead. Chi brother, if you lose then you lose. Why take it out on Lil Thing? It didn't offend you. You're not going to go back on your word, right? Mu Ling asked. Gu didn't make a sound. Mu Ling said again, Chi brother, if you can't afford to bet, then you shouldn't have bet with me. If it was in the past, Mu Ling definitely wouldn't talk to Gu like this. She wouldn't mock him or provoke him, she would only beg him. Gu frowned. No one knew what he was thinking about, so he didn't notice Mu Ling strange behavior. Gu, say something. Mu Ling asked again. Gu suddenly stood up and walked towards the door. Mu Ling was slightly startled, but she didn't stop him. However, Gu didn't want to leave. Instead, he went to close the door. He closed all the doors and windows. From the moment he returned to Mu Ling he didn't say anything. He bent down, tilted his head, and got close to her face. His lips were especially close to hers, hovering around as if he would kiss her at any time. His hot breath scattered on her face, so clear, so real. Mu Ling froze. She thought she had already let it go. She just wanted to play a joke on Chi brother. She came back this time not only for Rui first birthday party, but also for Chi brother. She wanted to acknowledge Chi brother as her godbrother for life. If they were destined not to be as close as lovers, then they must be as close as family. It was just a bet, a win or a loss. He was willing to accept his loss. She should have pushed him away. But why was she still hesitating? Suddenly, Gu hugged her. At this moment, Mu Ling instantly sobered up. She didn't want it. She didn't want it. No. She would rather be his sister for the rest of her life than make things difficult for him. Mu Ling was about to push Gu away, but Gu pushed her away first. He said, Girl, when it comes to you, Chi brother can't afford to lose. Why did Gu agree to such a bet? In the face of such a bet, he might as well agree to it and take a gamble. When he agreed to Mu Ling he was already prepared to go back on his word. Gu quickly let go of Mu Ling and said calmly and cruelly, Girl, Chi brother doesn't want to. Not for the rest of my life. What hurtful words. It was fine if he didn't want to, but he had to sentence her to a life sentence. Only Mu Ling knew how much it hurt. Gu was prepared to see this girl wailing, but this time, she didn't cry. Instead, she laughed and said, Chi brother, then Ling will be your sister for the rest of your life. Will you accept it? Gu was stunned. Until now, he had believed that Mu Ling had changed. At least in front of him, she was different from before. It was as if she had really grown up and matured. Whether you accept it or not, you will be my Chi brother for the rest of your life. Mu Ling came forward and hugged Gu. She hugged him tightly and immediately let go. Chi brother, it's getting late. You should rest early. Mu Ling left just like that, leaving Gu standing there dumbfounded. Gu Qishao gave a start, but in the end, he broke into a smile. When Mu Ling walked out of the door, she muttered something that Gu would probably never know. She said, Chi brother, do you know that some people can love many people in their lifetime, and some people can only love one person in their lifetime? Once they've loved, it's gone. Chapter 1253. Long Fei Yi and Han Yunxi hadn't even returned to their quarters when Ru fell asleep in his imperial mother's arms. Han Yunxi was helpless against the little fellow who dug a pit for his mother. When had she ever lost a bet in her past life or this one? Who would have thought that her undefeated record would be broken by her own son in the end, losing to her own husband? Could this be considered fate? After settling Rer down, Han Yunshi stretched lazily and was about to change her clothes when Long Feiyi pulled her over and wrapped his arms around her waist to make her sit on his lap. "Are you tired?" Long Feiyi asked. "Not at all. Tonight was fun. We just haven't dealt with those red packets yet." Han Yunshi held Long Feiyi's hand and lowered her head to play with his long, slender fingers. She had already asked Granny Zhao to make thorough preparations, and she had already found out who was going to be the scapegoat. But the noble madam seemed to have been frightened by Bailey Lixiang's fate and didn't make a move. Still, Mu Linger's choice to give her a red packet in the end was beyond her expectations. Mu Ling didn't know about the empty red packet. Han Yunshi guessed that Zhao Mama must have taught Mu Ling to do and say that. Zhao Mama was a shrewd old court lady, so she was perfect to deal with those noble madams. Long Feiyi wasn't interested in the red packets at all. He buried his head in Han Yunshi's shoulder and asked, "Are you hungry?" Han Yunshi froze at his words. "No, not hungry." However, as soon as she finished answering, her stomach started to grumble uncontrollably. Although she'd eaten supper earlier, it was just a small snack. Moreover, she hadn't eaten much. Long Feiyi hugged her even tighter. He was almost right next to her ear as he said seductively, "Your mouth won't admit it, but your stomach is honest." Han Yunshi quickly said, "Don't eat if it's too late. You'll get fat." Long Feiyi touched her stomach and pinched her arm before hugging her again. He said mildly, "You're a little plump. You." Han Yunshi was furious, but she took the opportunity to push him away. "So you can't eat anymore." "It's fine, I've gained weight." Before Long Feiyi could finish, Han Yunshi retorted, "You like it, but I don't." He was definitely going to say that he would still like such words even if she was fat. Which man didn't have such flowery words? He wasn't the one who was fat. Besides, whether she was fat or thin depended on her preference. Long Feiyi raised an eyebrow at her and said seriously, "I don't like it either. After eating, I'll move around with you. You won't get fat." "Long Feiyi, you bastard!" Han Yunshi screamed in her heart. She wanted to break free, but she couldn't move. "I'm going to sleep with Rer," she said righteously. Long Feiyi let go of her readily. "Take a nap. I'll go make some noodles. It won't take long." Han Yunshi buried her head in the blankets and looked at Long Feiyi's back as he left. She wanted to cry, but no tears came out. She was willing to bet that if Long Feiyi knew how to cook, she would be able to fly. After Long Feiyi left, Han Yunshi hesitated for a long time before sneaking to the kitchens. When she arrived at the kitchens, she saw that all the servants in the kitchens had been woken up. They were all standing outside in a row, whispering to each other. When they saw Han Yunshi coming over, everyone wanted to kneel and greet her. Han Yunshi hurriedly gestured for them to keep quiet and not move or make a sound. The servants all quieted down, but in their hearts, they couldn't figure it out no matter how they thought about it. Firstly, they didn't understand why the emperor would come to the kitchens in the middle of the night and chase them all out. Secondly, they didn't understand why the empress would come in the middle of the night and not allow them to make a sound. Han Yunshi walked carefully to the window. She didn't dare to get too close for fear that Long Feiyi would discover her. Looking in from the window, Long Feiyi was standing in front of the stove with his brows furrowed and his hands at a loss. There was nothing on the stove. Han Yunshi almost thought of something. So this man also had times when he didn't know where to start. After a while, Long Feiyi finally spoke, "Someone come." The head chef hurriedly ran in. "This servant is here." Long Feiyi asked a question that Han Yunshi would never forget in this lifetime. He said, "Where are the noodles?" Fortunately, Han Yunshi covered her mouth in time and ran far away. Otherwise, she would definitely laugh until Long Feiyi was alerted. He was so insistent on making noodles for her, but he couldn't find the noodles. Of course the noodles had to be rolled out. Didn't this guy know? Alright, Han Yunshi also didn't know. Back then, when she was making noodles, it was the servants who helped her roll them out. In this dynasty, the food insurance was short, so the raw noodles were naturally rolled out and made on the spot. She didn't know where the head chef got his composure from, but he actually managed to hold back his laughter and answered very seriously, "Reporting to your Majesty, the noodles in the kitchens have been used up today. This servant will roll them out immediately." Long Fei said. Thus, the head chef nimbly rolled out the noodles. Long Fei walked around the kitchens and found a pile of ingredient. Other than eggs and a few old hens in a cage, he didn't find any other ingredients that could be used. "Is there nothing else?" he asked again. "Your Majesty, in order to ensure the freshness of the ingredients in the kitchens were all delivered that morning. Right now it's not time yet," the head chef answered truthfully. Long Fei didn't hesitate at all. "Go kill a chicken." The head chef immediately found someone to kill the chicken, while he endured the pain of rolling out the noodles himself. An hour later, the noodles and old hens were placed in front of Long Fei. Long Fei waved at the head chef, "Leave." Han Yunshi had already returned to the window, looking at the pile of noodles and the naked old hen with a suspicious expression. Could it be that Long Fei was planning on stewing the old hen soup and then using it to cook? Didn't he know that the old hen's soup would take half a day to simmer? Long Fei really didn't know. He looked at the ingredients in front of him and once again fell into deep thought. After thinking for a long time, he finally made up his mind. At this time, he found that the fire in the stove had already been extinguished. Han Yunshi snickered. She wanted to see how Long Fei was going to start a fire. Who would have thought that Long Fei would reach his hand in and use his qi to easily ignite the firewood? He began to pour water into the large pot, and while waiting for the water to boil, he pulled out a kitchen knife from the side and began to prepare the old hen. Han Yunshi still approved of this order, so she nodded her head. Long Fei held the kitchen knife and chopped the old hen into pieces. Sure enough, people who knew martial arts didn't need to use any effort to cook. Han Yunshi still approved of it and felt that Long Fei's knife skills were excellent. After the water boiled, Long Fei threw the chicken pieces into the water to cook. She leaned to the side and watched with her arms crossed. It had to be said that this man was so handsome that he was domineering and extraordinary in the kitchen. Han Yunshi couldn't help but look at him a few more times before turning to leave. She thought, let him wait slowly. In any case, with his cooking method, it would take at least until dawn for the chicken to be cooked. She just happened to sleep. Han Yunshi left with peace of mind, but she didn't know that not long after she left, Long Fei put a pile of noodles into the big pot and stewed it with the chicken. He waited for a while, but he couldn't smell the fragrance of the stewed chicken. Thus, he began to use his qi to help the fire burn. The fire was so strong that he couldn't stand it and stepped back. The more the fire burned, the more the soup boiled. Long Fei even broke an egg while the chicken soup was boiling. After a while, the fragrance of the chicken soup came out. Long Fei was satisfied, but when he opened the lid to take a look, he was shocked. Because not only did he not see the noodles, there was also no chicken, and there was no egg. These things were all mixed into a ball like thick porridge. "The fire is too big?" Long Fei laughed self-deprecatingly. Although it didn't look good, he was still very satisfied with the taste. He personally scooped a bowl, and before he left, he said to the chef, "I'll reward the rest of the noodles to you." The chef was very surprised and led the people to kneel down and thank him. One had to know that it was a great honor to be able to eat something personally made by the emperor. Not to mention the chef, even the servants behind him were all bursting with joy and were very excited. After the emperor left, they all rushed to the kitchen. However, other than the thick white paste in the big pot, which looked like soup, they didn't find any noodles in the kitchen. "Boss, where's the noodles?" a servant asked curiously. The chef searched seriously and opened almost all the lids of the pots, but he still didn't see any trace of noodles. He was also at a loss. Another servant opened his mouth. "Boss, could it be this in the pot? Didn't the emperor just tell us to kill the chicken?" This thing smells like chicken. Head chef took a good look at it. Other than the smell of chicken, he couldn't figure out what was in the pot. He hesitated again and finally made a decision. You guys wait here. I'll go ask Granny Zhao. He had to be careful about this matter. If the noodles that the emperor bestowed were not eaten and spoiled, it would be a big crime. And if the noodles in the pot weren't the ones the emperor ordered, it would be an even bigger crime if they ate it. No matter what the crime was, they couldn't bear the consequences. The chef hadn't gone far when he saw Zhao Mama walking towards the kitchen. Zhao Mama had been stewing old hens every day before dawn to nourish Madame Jing's body. After head chef explained the situation, Granny Zhao stared at the pot of paste in confusion. Did the emperor just leave? She asked. Not long ago, so he probably hasn't gone to bed yet. Granny Zhao, our heads are all in your hands now. You must help us to get to the bottom of this. Head chef almost knelt down and begged. Zhao Mama was ruthless to outsiders, but she was very loyal to her own people. She patted her chest. Don't worry, this old one will go ask right now. The Emperor and Her Majesty made a bet that they won't go to bed so early. When Zhao Mama went to the bedchambers, Long Feiyi and Han Yunxi were indeed still awake. The two of them were sitting in the outer hall. Han Yunxi looked at the bowl of fragrant unknown substance in front of her with a fearful expression. She said, Long Feiyi, we agreed on noodles. What is this? It's noodles, Long Feiyi said seriously. As they spoke, Zhao Mama came in. She pretended to be surprised. Your Majesty, it's almost dawn. Why aren't you resting? Zhao Mama, come here and see what it is. Han Yunxi said anxiously. Chapter 1254. Zhao Mama had come to ask the Emperor on behalf of the head cook where the noodles he had bestowed were. However, when she saw the bowl of paste in front of the Empress, she instantly understood everything. Zhao Mama wasn't just an old palace maid, she was also an experienced cook with 20 to 30 years of experience. If she hadn't known everything beforehand, she really wouldn't have been able to tell what this bowl of paste was and what ingredients it was cooked with. Zhao Mama, tell me, what is this? Han Yunxi asked seriously. She secretly thought that if someone could tell that this was noodles, she would eat it until there wasn't a single drop left. Long Feiyi looked at Zhao Mama and didn't say anything. Zhao Mama frowned and looked at it seriously, not saying anything for a long time. Look carefully, Han Yunxi said again. Yes. Zhao Mama pretended to carefully pick up the paste and sniffed it seriously. And it's so fragrant. There must be chicken soup added here. It's even an old hen. Han Yunxi's mouth twitched into a fake smile. Zhao Mama didn't say anything. When Long Feiyi personally brought it over, she smelled that unforgettable smell from far away. Zhao Mama, do you think it's chicken paste? Or, as Han Yunxi spoke, she glanced meaningfully at Long Feiyi. Long Feiyi was still sitting there leisurely, not moving at all. On the other hand, Zhao Mama had long been paying attention to the Empress's every glance. If she immediately said that it was paste, it would be so fake. Therefore, she could only take it step by step. She only hoped that when she said that it was paste, the Empress would be convinced and not suspect that she had been to the kitchens. Zhao Mama pretended to look at it for a while before saying cautiously, This shouldn't be chicken paste. Then what is it? Han Yunxi continued to ask. Your Highness, may this old servant scoop a spoonful and see? Zhao Mama asked again. A trace of responsibility flashed through Han Yunxi's eyes as she said, That's fine. I made a bet with His Majesty. You have to look carefully. This, Granny Zhao was terrified. I'm afraid I'm not up to the task. Granny Zhao, you've been a chef for so many years, what are you afraid of? As Han Yunxi spoke, she personally scooped up a spoonful and handed it to Zhao Mama. Here, look carefully. Zhao Mama took it and looked left and right. Just as she was about to speak, Han Yunxi said, What are you looking at? Try it. As soon as she said this, Granny Zhao was so frightened that she hurriedly knelt down. Your Majesty, please spare this old servant. This is the face that His Majesty personally gave you. Even if I had 100 heads, I wouldn't dare to taste it. Han Yunshi had purposely said, make a bet, just then to test Zhao Mama. This old palace servant had served her for so long, but she still dared to put on an act in front of her. Granny Zhao clearly knew that she and Long Fei Yi had a bet of eating noodles. Seeing this bowl of paste, Granny Zhao would definitely associate it with eating noodles, right? She was actually still playing dumb. So you know that this is noodles, Han Yunshi said with a chuckle. Zhao Mama was about to cry, not knowing how to answer. When had she ever played dumb in front of Her Majesty? Not because of His Majesty. If it wasn't for His Majesty backing her up, even if she had 100 heads, she wouldn't dare to lie. When Her Majesty the Empress asked her what this bowl of paste was, she knew that Her Majesty the Empress didn't want to eat it and was going to act shamelessly. Granny Zhao, tell me, how did you know that this is noodles? Han Yunshi asked again. Zhao Mama finally couldn't take it anymore and said seriously, Your Majesty the Empress, this is the first time His Majesty personally cooked such fragrant noodles. Your Majesty the Empress should cherish it. This isn't a blessing that any random person can have. Han Yunshi stared blankly. Was Zhao Mama lecturing her mother? Long Fei Yi still didn't speak, but the corners of his mouth hooked up slightly. He was very satisfied. Han Yunshi fell silent before rising to kneel respectfully. Your Majesty, please forgive me. Chenxia knows her wrongs. Long Fei Yi creased his brows. What kind of play was his Empress putting on? It's good that you can forgive me for eating the wrong things. Eat, he said mildly. Han Yunshi rose to her feet, her face full of disappointment. She sat down next to Long Fei Yi and took his arm. Zhao Mama didn't even bid farewell before sneaking out and closing the door behind her. If Su Donglin and Chu Shifeng were here right now, she'd definitely find them to make a bet. She could guarantee that His Majesty wouldn't bear to let Her Majesty the Empress eat that bowl of paste, because Her Majesty the Empress was clearly going to use a woman's most lethal trump card, acting coquettishly. Yes, Han Yunshi was acting coquettishly as she held Long Fei Ye's arm and leaned against his side. She said pitifully, Your Majesty, Chenxia knows her wrongs. Spare Chenxia, won't you? Where did you do wrong? Long Fei Yi didn't move from his seat, but the curve of his lips betrayed him. Chenxia shouldn't have been so ungrateful as to make a bet with Your Majesty, Han Yunshi replied. Long Fei Yi chuckled and asked, Wasn't Zhen the one who asked you to make a bet? The bet went like this. Long Fei Yi had asked Han Yunshi if she wanted to bet, and Han Yunshi had excitedly agreed. Then Tang Li and the rest overheard the conversation from their seats and followed suit. That's why Chenxia was gravely mistaken. Chenxia didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth and questioned Your Majesty's wise decisions. Chenxia didn't dare bet with Your Majesty and should have admitted defeat, Han Yunshi added. Long Fei Yi laughed out loud and wrapped his arms around her shoulders out of habit. Your Majesty, Chenxia really knows her wrongs. Will Your Majesty spare Chenxia this once? Han Yunshi begged. Long Fei Yi only smiled and didn't speak for a long time. Han Yunshi began to act coquettishly as she wrapped her arms around Long Fei Ye's neck and buried her head against his neck. Fei, no matter how glib her tongue was, it couldn't compare to her whispering Fei by his ear. Long Fei Yi turned his head and gently kissed her hair. All he could do was smile. Happiness was the purest emotion he had at this moment. Don't eat any more, all right? Han Yunshi grew anxious. Don't laugh, say something. Fei, say something. Say something, won't you? Han Yunshi was already holding Long Fei Ye's face in her hands, but he still didn't speak. Han Yunshi couldn't keep up her coquettishness any longer. She huffed as she looked at him, then planted a kiss on his cheek. Say something. Long Fei Yi couldn't stop laughing as he wrapped his hand around Han Yunshi's head and kissed her domineeringly. The two of them kissed so hard that they almost fell off the bed. Right in the outer hall of Long Fei Ye's sleeping quarters, Long Fei finished Han Yunshi on the spot. After stretching her muscles and bones, Han Yunshi only wanted to curl up in his arms and sleep. She'd long tossed the matter of the dough to the back of her mind. But Long Fei only said to her gently, "Heat up that bowl of noodles and try a mouthful, all right?" "No," Han Yunshi muttered. "Just one mouthful be good. It's my first time making it." Long Fei was still very serious. Han Yunshi lifted her head from his chest and asked, "You didn't eat my first time making noodles either, right?" "My noodles are more fragrant than yours," Long Fei said seriously. "Fragrant doesn't mean it's delicious," Han Yunshi retorted. "Just try one mouthful. Just one mouthful." Long Fei was still serious. Han Yunshi could tell that Long Fei wasn't using the bet to prank her. He was just very confident in his bowl of noodles. But where did this guy get his confidence from? Everything else aside, she could smell the fishy smell of the chicken. This guy definitely didn't add any ginger. "Try it first. Just one mouthful," Han Yunshi said again. Long Fei had no choice. He could only order someone to heat up the noodles and send it over. Under Han Yunshi's expectant gaze, Long Fei ate a mouthful of his noodles. It was just one mouthful, but he immediately vomited it out. Vomiting wasn't enough. He even drank a large cup of water to rinse his mouth. After so many years, Han Yunshi finally saw Long Fei's expression of disdain for himself. Long Fei silently poured away the entire bowl of noodles. He didn't know what to bet with Han Yunshi, so he thought of Han Yunshi's noodles. Although he didn't know how to cook, it should be better than Han Yunshi's, right? He wanted to take this opportunity to tease this woman and urge her to learn some culinary skills. Who knew, when Long Fei came back, Han Yunshi was in a good mood. She hugged him and said with a smile, "Long Fei, you see, between you and me, if you like, you like, if you don't like, you don't like. If you want, you want, you want. If you don't want, you don't want. We never force ourselves, right?" If he didn't like and didn't want to eat her noodles, he wouldn't eat it. It was the same for her. Between partners, there was no need to force themselves in the name of love. Long Fei gently patted Han Yunshi's back and said mildly, "Makes sense. But this time, you still went back on your word. Keep the account." "Do you have to be so smart?" Han Yunshi was extremely helpless. The two of them didn't want to disturb her, so they didn't return to the inner room. Instead, they snuggled together in the outer room to rest. Just like that, Han Yunshi dodged a bullet. However, the cooks in the kitchens were suffering unspeakably. Long Fei scooped a bowl of batter and left, leaving a big pile in the pot. The cooks each had a bowl, but there was still leftover. This batter didn't have any seasoning. It was purely stewed noodles and chicken until they were soft. One could imagine how it tasted like. One had to know that this was something bestowed by His Majesty. After eating it, they absolutely couldn't spit it out. They could only swallow it. Looking at the remaining batter at the bottom of the pot, the cooks looked at each other. No one wanted to eat it, but in the end, the head chef still let them share it. The next day, only Granny Zhao was left in the kitchens, because when the cooks saw the noodles and the old hen, they all couldn't help but want to vomit. Of course, this was a story for later. Before dawn, Long Fei was about to prepare for morning court when he heard bad news. Bailey Yuanlong was dead. When Su Donglin reported at the door, Han Yunshi had just helped Long Fei change into his court robes. What? Long Fei was stunned. The court robes in Han Yunshi's hands fell to the ground. She was dumbstruck. Long Fei still hadn't recovered from his shock. Han Yunshi anxiously asked, "What happened? Was it an assassination?" "Reporting to Your Majesty, the cause of death is unknown. It was said that he vomited blood after returning from the palace at night," Su Donglin said seriously. Chapter 1255. Bailey Yuanlong's dead? After hearing Su Donglin's report, Long Fei finally spoke up. To be more precise, he'd lost control. "Su Donglin, call Gu Beiyue over right now." Long Fei pulled on his outer robes and immediately left the room. Han Yunshi only knew how important the Bailey clan was to Long Feiyi, but she never expected it to be so important. How could the servants who'd protected him from childhood and the elders who'd protected him from childhood be light in his heart? Even if he never said it or expressed it, there were some people and some things that he'd always hidden in his heart. Han Yunshi picked up the dragon robes and chased after him, stopping Long Feiyi at the palace gates. "It's almost time for morning court. Your Majesty," Han Yunshi said seriously, placing heavy emphasis on Your Majesty. Yesterday at the Crown Prince's birthday banquet, he'd cheated the Shao clan out of a huge sum and made Shaoan a Junwang. If he didn't attend court this morning because of Bailey Yuanlong, then everything last night would have been wasted. Long Feiyi didn't speak, but waved a hand to have Han Yunshi move aside. Han Yunshi didn't budge, but tossed the dragon robes to Long Feiyi. "Your Majesty, you should know better than Chinchilla. No matter what, you must attend court today." Long Feiyi grabbed Han Yunshi's hand and said, "Yunshi, be good. Wait for me in the palace." As soon as he finished speaking, he abruptly pulled Han Yunshi behind him and used lightness techniques to speed forward. Han Yunshi immediately chased after him. But Long Fei's speed was too fast for her to catch up. Just as Long Feiyi was about to leave the palace, a white figure suddenly flew in front of him to stop Long Feiyi in his tracks. This person was none other than Gu Beiwei. As an imperial physician, Gu Beiwei had the right to stay in the palace. However, he still returned to the Grand Tutor's residence last night. He had rushed over as soon as he heard the news of Bailey Yuanlong's death. Seeing Gu Beiwei's handsome figure in white, Han Yunshi's heart finally calmed down. She could persuade Long Feiyi, but she couldn't catch up with him. She didn't have the chance to persuade him. Now that Gu Beiwei was here, she was completely at ease. Han Yunshi didn't approach. She just stood at a distance and watched. He didn't know what Long Feiyi and Gu Beiwei said, but Gu Beiwei didn't retreat. Instead, he stretched out his hand in front of Long Feiyi, showing that he would never give in. Ever since Long Feiyi ascended the throne, he had never skipped court except during the spring festival holidays. News of Bailey Yuanlong's death would surely spread throughout Yuning City in a short time. If Long Feiyi didn't attend court, then anyone could guess that Long Feiyi had gone to the Bailey estate. If last night's incident hadn't happened, Long Feiyi wouldn't have gone to the Bailey estate because of Bailey Yuanlong's death. Instead of being criticized, it would be seen as a sign of Long Feiyi's loyalty to his subordinate. However, after last night's incident, the Bailey clan was now a sinner. Moreover, it was a crime that could lead to the execution of 9 generations of the clan. This case had been handed over to the Supreme Court last night. What would the Shao clan think if Long Feiyi showed his concern for the Bailey clan at this critical juncture? Wouldn't the Shao clan still be on guard? Wouldn't they think of ways to punish Marble severely so that the Bailey clan would never be able to rise again? Moreover, Long Feiyi hadn't punished the minister who incited the people to revolt in time. Instead, he had stopped attending court. How could he use this opportunity to intimidate the other officials in court? After last night, everyone in court was paying attention to how Marble would punish Bailey Yuanlong. In other words, they were paying attention to Long Feiyi's true attitude toward Bailey Yuanlong. At this critical juncture, Long Feiyi only had one path to take, and that was to deal with all changes by sticking to the status quo. Long Feiyi and Gu Beiwei chatted for a very long time. Han Yunshi had been waiting in silence the entire time. Although she firmly believed that Gu Beiwei would be able to persuade Long Feiyi, she almost cried when she saw Long Feiyi turn around. She was both happy and distressed. She was happy for Long Feiyi, but also distressed for her. Long Feiyi turned back and landed in the courtyard. Han Yunshi handed over the dragon robe with both hands. Long Feiyi's eyes were downcast. He was extremely silent as he stood on the spot with his arms open. Han Yunshi hurriedly helped him put on the dragon robe. His silence caused her heart to clench. She didn't dare ask him anything, nor did she dare speak too much. However, after he was dressed properly, he reached out to stroke her bangs like before and smiled dotingly at her. "My great military strategist, will you attend court?" Han Yunshi was stunned at first, but she immediately shouted, "Yes!" The Empress naturally had no right to interfere. However, Han Yunshi wasn't just the Empress, she was also the leader of Cloud Realm's military. She naturally had the right to attend court. In the Crepe Myrtle Hall, all the officials had already gathered except for Bailey Yuanlong. Bailey Yuanlong's position was right behind Han Yunshi, the great military strategist. If Han Yunshi didn't attend court, then Bailey Yuanlong would stand at the head of the table. Today, the one standing behind Han Yunshi was Shaoan, who had just been conferred the title of Royal Prince. Before she had a thorough understanding of these people in the South, she had thought more than once that it wasn't a bad thing to maintain the confrontation between the Eastern and Western Qin factions. At the very least, with confrontation, there would be balance. At the very least, no matter if the Eastern or Western Qin factions won, the imperial power would still be consolidated. After all, she and Long Feiyi would always be one. However, she hadn't expected that Ning Qing would leave without saying goodbye. Even now, there was still no news of him. Even more so, she hadn't expected the Jiangnan faction to grow to such an extent in the 2 years of war in Cloud Realm. First, they had taken advantage of the fact that Long Feiyi was busy in the north to form a faction and control many important places in Jiangnan. Second, they had profited from the war. At this very moment, with Bailey Yuanlong absent and Shaoan standing behind Han Yunshi, there was only one word to describe her feelings. She felt as if there was a dagger at her back. With all the officials present, it was time for the morning court session. Long Feiyi walked up from the side, dressed in his dragon robes, looking like a deity. Apart from Han Yunshi, no one else present could tell from his icy expression what he was feeling today. After the ceremony of kneeling, the officials began to submit memorials. Official Lin of the Supreme Court began with Bailey Lixiang's case. "Reporting to Your Majesty, Bailey Lixiang has been locked up in the imperial prison. Last night, this subject personally interrogated her. Bailey Lixiang wasn't willing to say much and earnestly requested Your Majesty to personally investigate the case." As soon as Official Lin finished speaking, Long Feiyi slapped the table. "What qualifications does she have for us to personally interrogate her? Men, strip her of her first-rank Madam title and strip Bailey Yuanlong of his title as Duke. The Supreme Court will be fully responsible for investigating this case. Anyone who interferes will not be let off lightly." Shaoan lowered his head, his eyes dark. No one knew what he was thinking. Not far away, Xiao Dong had a smug look on his face. The Emperor must have known about Bailey Yuanlong's passing last night. Bailey Yuanlong was already dead, yet the Emperor still wanted to strip him of his title. In comparison, the Emperor was thoroughly disappointed in the Bailey clan. With this, they didn't need to waste any more effort to add insult to injury. Even if they didn't put pressure on the Supreme Court, the Emperor's attitude was enough to ensure that the Bailey clan would never rise again. Originally, the officials from the Ministry of Appointments and the Ministry of Rights wanted to report Bailey Yuanlong's passing, but after seeing the Emperor's attitude, they exchanged glances and didn't dare to make a sound. The Ministry of Appointments wanted to report Bailey Yuanlong's passing so that the Emperor and Empress could quickly fill the position of Grand Secretary in the Central Military Region. The Ministry of Rights official wanted to ask if Bailey Yuanlong's funeral could be conducted according to the standards of a duke. Judging from the current situation, the two officials wouldn't ask any more questions until the Bailey clan's case was dealt with. The powerful officials were all silent, but Long Feiyi acted as if nothing had happened. He asked coldly, "Is there anything else you want to report?" Han Yunshi stood below, looking up at his lofty and dignified figure. Her heart ached for him, but she also felt admiration for him. Apart from being flustered and at a loss for what to do when he cooked a bowl of noodles for her in the middle of the night, this man, no matter where he was, no matter what situation he faced, would always be the high and mighty king of this continent. He would also be her high and mighty king for all eternity. The Ministry of Revenue reported on Northern Li's disaster relief effort. Duke Dingguagong Shaoan promised to hand over the auction proceeds from the birthday banquet to the Ministry of Revenue within 5 days for Northern Li's disaster relief. The Ministry of Appointments reported on the reopening of the imperial examinations at the beginning of spring. The Ministry of War rushed the Tang Sec's weapons. Even though officials of 4th rank and above were qualified to speak with Long Feiyi, there were still many matters to attend to. Han Yunshi didn't say a word. She stood among the officials, looking up at Long Feiyi. If this was a kind of companionship, then it must be the most affectionate kind. After the morning court, Long Feiyi went to the imperial study as usual and received several officials. Han Yunshi returned to the palace, accompanying Ru while waiting for Long Feiyi. She knew that once he was done with his business, he would definitely make a private visit to the Bailey estate. Gu Beiyue had already gone to investigate the cause of Bailey Yuanlong's death. While Han Yunshi was waiting, something major happened at the Ministry of Revenue. After Mu Ling donated red packets to the Northern Li disaster victims last night, the noble madams in Yuning City all presented red packets bestowed by the Empress one after another this morning. When these red packets arrived at the Ministry of Revenue, it was discovered that 8 of the good red packets were empty. One had to know that these red packets were all unopened. Why was the 8th seal empty while the others were full? Lord Chen, who was in charge of the Ministry of Revenue's relief funds, was so flustered that he didn't know what to do. After some hesitation, Lord Chen sought out Eunuch Li from the palace. Lord Chen, in this old servant's opinion, this matter can't be reported. Although those red packets aren't opened, you can tell if they're empty by touching them. Eunuch Li said in a low voice. Eunuch Li, you mean? Lord Chen was alarmed. Those 8 madams aren't ordinary people. They must have known that the red packets were empty. Since they're empty, why would they donate them? What are their intentions? Eunuch Li asked in return. This. Lord Chen was burning with anxiety. Only now did he realize that those noble madams had kicked the problem to him. Mu Ling donated red packets, so the others naturally had to do the same. These noble madams clearly knew that the red packets were empty, but they didn't open them or say anything. They were clearly forcing the Ministry of Revenue to find the Empress. Chapter 1256. After being persuaded by Eunuch Li, Lord Chen became even more uncertain. In order to prevent corruption, the Emperor and Empress had ordered that all donations must have a clear account. No matter how small or big the donation was, the amount must be clearly recorded, how it came from, and how it was used. For this, the Emperor had specially selected a person from the 6 ministries to form a supervisory committee. They were responsible for supervising the accounts of donations and publishing the accounts regularly. If Lord Chen went to find the Empress about the empty red envelopes, how should he ask? If he made the Empress unhappy, he might lose his official position. If Lord Chen didn't ask the Empress for her opinion, how would the empty red envelopes be recorded? Once it was clearly recorded that the red envelopes were empty, the accounts would be published together with the other donations from the birthday banquet. This would cause trouble for the Empress. If the Empress's red envelopes were all empty, then it would be easy to find an excuse to explain it. However, out of the nearly 30 red envelopes that were donated, only 8 of them were empty. The status of those 8 madams wasn't low. If it was a large red envelope, no one would care. However, if it was an empty red envelope, then it would be an insult. When the time came, how much gossip would there be? Lord Chen fell into a dilemma. Eunuch Li reminded him, Lord Li, no matter how bold those madams are, they wouldn't forge empty red envelopes. In this old servant's opinion, the Empress's empty red envelopes must be, could it be a show of strength to those madams? Lord Chen hurriedly asked. Eunuch Li laughed disdainfully. Lord Chen, with your understanding, how can you help the Emperor and Empress do well? Lord Chen really didn't understand. He took out a bag of silver and stuffed it into Eunuch Li's hand. Eunuch Li, please give me some pointers, give me some pointers. Eunuch Li accepted the silver and smiled until his eyes narrowed into a straight line. He was no longer stingy with his guidance. He said, Lord Chen, the Empress's empty red envelopes are a test. Do you see what kind of people are among the 8 madams? The Empress wants to deal with them, so she threw an empty red envelope to test their courage? So it's like that. Lord Chen suddenly understood. If Han Yunxi knew that these two had made her thoughts so complicated, how would she feel? Lord Chen, this matter is a contest between the Empress and the madams. Tell me, which side are you on? Eunuch Li asked again. This humble official is completely loyal to the Emperor and Empress. The sun and the moon can bear witness to this. Lord Chen firmly replied. Eunuch Li came closer and lowered his voice. Lord Chen, this old servant is loyal to the Emperor. Since that's the case, let's go all out and pay for it ourselves. Lord Chen agreed without hesitation. I understand. Eunuch Li said, Lord Chen, you have to consider it carefully. If anything goes wrong, you'll have to bear the responsibility. I understand. Rest assured, Eunuch Li. Lord Chen, who was in a dilemma, could only take a gamble. Eunuch Li was very pleased. Lord Chen, don't worry. If this old servant has the chance to see the Empress and His Majesty, I will definitely put in a good word for you. Lord Chen hurriedly bowed and expressed his gratitude. That's right, there are still 2 red envelopes missing. Eunuch Li casually asked. There are 2 at the Bailey residence. Bailey Darren passed away last night, so the residence must be in chaos. Lord Chen sighed helplessly. In the afternoon, the Ministry of Revenue sorted out the details of the auction at the Crown Prince's birthday banquet, as well as the red envelopes donated by the madams. They made a clear account and posted it. Lord Chen paid for the 8 empty red envelopes out of his own pocket. The amount was the same as the other red envelopes. Han Yunxi received the news as soon as the account was posted. At this time, she was still waiting for Long Feiyi in the palace. Not long after Long Feiyi returned to the imperial study, he sent someone to the Bailey residence to offer his condolences. At the same time, he instructed the Supreme Court to be impartial and not be biased. Of course, this was for some people to see. Long Feiyi was still busy in the imperial study. In fact, he couldn't go to the Bailey residence immediately even if he wasn't busy. He couldn't go there publicly, so he could only wait until night. There were no outsiders at the Bailey residence, so he could go there. Today, Long Feiyi could only wait for the whole day, but it was a great test for the Bailey family. Han Yunxi looked over the account that the servant had copied and handed it to Mu Ling and Zhao Mama. Sister, this Lord Li is interesting. He paid for the red envelopes with his own money. Mu Ling said with a smile. Empress, if that's the case, then the person we prepared. Zhao Mama wasn't happy at all. Instead, she was a little depressed. Why did Lord Li decide on his own? One had to know that the Empress had already prepared for the red envelope. How boring would it be for Lord Li to pay out of his own pocket to settle this matter? Han Yunxi's heart was heavy because of the Bailey family. She now cared about Long Feiyi. She only cared about whether the Bailey family could survive this day and not let Long Feiyi continue to be disappointed. She was no longer in the mood to deal with those senseless madams. She waved her hand and said indifferently, Forget it. It shouldn't have happened in the first place. Zhao Mama, go ask Su Donglin what His Majesty is busy with. Granny Zhao came back after a while. Empress, the Shao family just arrived at the imperial study. Duke Ding and Great General Shao arrived together. Su Donglin said that His Majesty might not be free so soon. Han Yunxi could only continue to wait. Before long, Gu Beiwei returned from the Bailey residence. Han Yunxi hurriedly asked, What's the situation? Bailey Qiu didn't attend court this morning. His Majesty sent someone to offer his condolences. What's Bailey Chiyu's attitude? Gu Beiyue smiled helplessly at the Empress's anxious appearance. What could make her so anxious wasn't the Bailey family's matter, but His Majesty's. Empress, Lord Bailey's body has always been weak. He vomited blood because of the shock last night. Last night, he heard that Shaoan had been conferred the title of Royal Prince. His blood rushed to his head and he passed away. Gu Beiyue sighed, his heart full of regret and heaviness. Han Yunshi fell back in her seat and didn't say anything. Gu Beiyue continued, Bailey Yuanlong has 4 sons. Although Bailey Chiyu isn't the eldest, he's the son of the first wife and the one with the highest military rank. Now, he's the one who calls the shots in the Bailey family. His Majesty sent someone to offer his condolences. He was quite respectful, but what? Han Yunshi hurriedly asked. After all, Bailey Chiyu's attitude didn't just affect Long Fei Ye's mood, but also the future of the Bailey family. This subordinate has tried to sound him out, but Bailey Chiyu's attitude is still unclear. He wants to see Bailey Lixiang, Gu Beiyue said seriously. Bailey Lixiang. Bailey Lixiang. Han Yunshi was enraged. Are there no men in the Bailey family? Mistress, calm your anger. Lord Bailey's sons are all boorish men. It's better for Bailey Chiyu to ask Bailey Lixiang for help than those boorish generals. Gu Beiyue sighed with emotion. Han Yunshi thought for a moment, then said hastily, Come with me to the prisons, the sooner the better. Gu Beiyue didn't say it clearly, but Han Yunshi could tell that although Bailey Lixiang was in prison, she still played a significant role in the Bailey family's future. If they could figure out Bailey Chiyu's intentions, they could at least sound out Bailey Lixiang. If necessary, Han Yunshi didn't mind laying everything out in the open and talking to Bailey Lixiang directly. Gu Beiyue took the lead and made arrangements to make sure there was no one else in the prison. Han Yunshi followed. When Han Yunshi arrived at the prison door, Bailey Lixiang was kneeling on the ground, crying with her head buried in her hand. Without a doubt, she had received news of her father's death. The prison cell was quiet, and only her cries could be heard. It was sad and miserable. Han Yunshi took a closer look and saw that there was a deep cut on Bailey Lixiang's forehead that was bleeding profusely. She and Gu Beiyue stood there for a long time, but Bailey Lixiang didn't notice. In the end, Han Yunshi spoke up. What, you killed your father, so you want to kill yourself to atone for your sins? Bailey Lixiang's head whipped up in surprise, but she quickly recovered to glare at Han Yunshi. Han Yunshi, it's you. You're the one who killed my father. You're the true culprit. Han Yunshi didn't speak, but squatted down and stared at her cold eyes. Bailey Lixiang threw herself at Han Yunshi and leaned against the bars, baring her fangs and brandishing her claws. Unfortunately, Han Yunshi was still some distance away from the bars. Bailey Lixiang couldn't reach her. Han Yunshi looked at her cold eyes without a word. Gradually, Bailey Lixiang wilted and began to bawl. Suddenly, Han Yunshi said angrily, Bailey Lixiang, are you done crying? If you want the Bailey clan to be executed, then keep crying. No one will be able to save you. Han Yunshi wasn't here to explain. After reaching this point, she especially believed in the saying that the things that needed to be explained were often the things that didn't need to be explained. She wasn't here to offer amnesty. She was here to threaten and scold them. If Bailey Lixiang was done crying, she'd start cursing. Seeing Bailey Lixiang's frightened expression, Han Yunshi said cold, It looks like you've cried enough. Then let me tell you, based on your actions at the birthday banquet, there's no way you can shoulder all the blame alone. Don't think the justice courts are fools, and don't think that the Shao clan will sympathize with the Bailey clan just because they've cooperated with you before. Also, your father's death won't affect the justice court's conviction. Bailey Lixiang was stunned at first, then she seemed to go crazy as she desperately tugged at the bars. My father didn't know anything about this, nor did my younger brother. I did it all by myself. It was my idea. It was me. It was me. Fine. Even if it's your fault, this seat will tell you right now. If it's a light punishment, it'll be the execution of 3 clans, if it's a heavy punishment, it'll be the execution of 9 clans. Han Yunshi raged. Bailey Lixiang fell heavily to the ground, as if she'd never be able to stand up again. It was only then that Bailey Lixiang came to her senses. She looked up at Han Yunshi and asked, "Then what are you doing here?" Chapter 1257. Han Yunshi loftily looked down at Bailey Lixiang and said coldly, "I'm just here to see what happens to those who oppose me." "You?" Bailey Lixiang was furious. "All right, now that you've seen, I'm leaving," Han Yunshi smiled coldly. Bailey Lixiang grew anxious and raged. "Han Yunshi, the Shao clan is also opposing you. Why is Shao An given the title of Duke, but my father? Han Yunshi, this isn't fair. You can't do this." "The Shao clan?" Han Yunshi laughed. "Shao An donated more than 200 million taels of silver to the disaster areas in Northernly last night. How is he opposing me?" "Han Yunshi, you know very well that Shao An is a mystery man," Bailey Lixiang shouted. "I don't know. I only know that Shao An is the Junwang now. Right now, he's in the imperial study with Shao Dong, drinking tea with His Majesty." Han Yunshi replied with a smile. "No." Bailey Lixiang's hair was disheveled, her face twisted like a female ghost. "I have proof of Shao Dong's collusion with me. Han Yunshi, I have proof. I want to see His Majesty. I want to see His Majesty." "Shao Dong." Han Yunshi snorted disdainfully. Bailey Lixiang hastened to say, "I also have proof of Shao An and my father's collusion. Shao An and my father have met before, they're working together in Northernly." Hearing this, even Gu Beiwei, who had been standing quietly on the side, revealed a happy expression. Shao Dong and Bailey Lixiang's collusion could drag the Shao clan down with them, but it was far from enough. Shao Dong was nothing more than a spokesperson for the Shao clan. As long as Han Yunshi wanted to, she could find proof of Shao Dong's involvement in inciting the people's anger. But if there was proof of Shao An and Bailey Yuanlong's collusion, then the Shao clan would have to pay a heavy price. Han Yunshi couldn't help but exhale. She'd been waiting for Bailey Lixiang's second sentence for far too long. She'd provoked Bailey Lixiang into this state precisely for this sentence. Bailey Yuanlong and Shao An had sent troops north together. The Long Fei Yi had long sensed this, but he hadn't found any proof, nor did he know what they were up to. Han Yunshi crouched down, her previous haughty, angry, and disdainful attitude gone. Instead, she said sincerely, "Bailey Lixiang, you're finally willing to admit that your father was guilty too?" Bailey Lixiang finally understood. Han Yunshi. "The Bailey Lixiangs and Lixiang. Is it still not enough? You've caused the Bailey army of Li?" Han Yunshi murmured, "Bailey Lixiang, I'll tell you a secret, one that none of the civil and military officials know. The Tu Shi S, the Li S Emperor S the King. The Northernly S is for Ningqing, while the C's is for your father. His Majesty said to keep it for 5 years until Ningqing returns, until your father changes his mind." Han Yunshi couldn't help but choke with sobs. "Bailey Lixiang, it's understandable that you hate and resent me. You're always on guard against the D clan and the Ning clan. If you're dissatisfied, you can take it out on me, on the Ning clan. But how can you resent and hate His Majesty? How can you collude with the ambitious wolves of Jiangnan? Don't tell me you don't know that the Shao clan has long wanted to rule Jiangnan." Bailey Lixiang looked at Han Yunshi. She wanted to refute her, but couldn't find the words. "Bailey Lixiang, I hope your father didn't die from anger, but from regret. His Majesty has given the Bailey clan 5 years. You and your brother, Bailey Chiyu, can decide for yourselves what to do." Han Yunshi rose to her feet as soon as she finished speaking, unwilling to spare Bailey Lixiang another glance. When she walked out of the prison, she instructed Gu Beiwei, "Make it convenient for Bailey Chiyu to come visit." Not long after Han Yunshi and Gu Beiwei returned to the palace, Long Fei Yi came over. Dinner was particularly quiet. Even the talkative Tang Li and Gu were silent. In the end, Tang Li said, "Big brother, I've sent someone to tell my father about General Bailey." Long Fei Ye's expression was calm, but he didn't say much. After dinner, Han Yunxi and Gu Beiwei kept waiting, but Long Fei Yi didn't move. Han Yunxi couldn't help but ask, "You're not going?" "I'll go with you." "I'm not going," Long Fei Yi said mildly. Han Yunxi and Gu Beiwei were very surprised. Han Yunxi couldn't sleep all night, afraid that Long Fei Yi would sneak off to the Bailey estate. But who knew that he really didn't go? He was lying behind her, his arms wrapped around her waist. She didn't know if he slept or not. The next day, he went to morning court as usual and busied himself with work. Just like that, 2 days later, the Justice Minister presented a secret letter to the morning court, shocking the entire court. This secret letter was none other than the evidence Bailey Qiu had given to Marble. It proved that Shaoan and Bailey Yuanlong had colluded to plot a coup in Northern Li. This was a military pledge signed by Bailey Yuanlong and Shaoan, with their own handwriting and clan seals. At the end of the month, when Northern Li's weather warmed up and the avalanches became more serious, they would deliberately create a conflict between the army and the people. The reinforcements sent by the Bailey and Shao clans would point their spears at the Ning clan troops and declare war on the Ning clan troop. If inciting the people to revolt was only against the Empress and her wastage, there would still be room for discussion. But colluding with the two armies to cause trouble in the disaster areas and cause internal strife within the army was unforgivable and irredeemable. Back then, Bailey Yuanlong and Shaoan had signed this document to keep each other in check. As long as they left behind evidence, they wouldn't be spared if they betrayed the other. Shaoan and Xiaodong didn't expect this at all. They fell to their knees in shock, speechless for a long time. Had Bailey Qiu and Bailey Lixiang gone mad? After all, Bailey Lixiang's crime alone could be delayed and pleaded for leniency. But with this military pledge, neither the Shao clan nor the Bailey clan would ever have a chance to turn things around. These days, Shaoan and Xiaodong had been keeping tabs on the movements of the justice courts and the Bailey clan. With one side being crowned prince and the other being convicted, Shaoan naturally felt guilty. When he recovered from the joy of being crowned prince, he realized that things weren't as simple as they seemed. Just last night, he'd sent someone to bribe the prison guards to arrange a meeting between him and Bailey Lixiang. He'd even made up his mind to promise Bailey Lixiang that he'd do his best to protect the 100 clans. But who knew that Bailey Lixiang and Bailey Qiu would be so impatient? He'd even prepared himself for Bailey Lixiang to rat Xiaodong out, but he never expected her to be so ruthless. She'd rather destroy the Bailey clan's future than drag the Shao clan down with her. Long Fei Yi looked at the military pledge presented to him. Seeing the familiar handwriting and clan head seal, he was clearly furious, but he couldn't help but smile wryly. Hadn't he been waiting for an excuse to convince him to go instead of going to the Bailey estate? The military pledge in his hands was exactly that reason. "Your Majesty, my father has already passed away. This soldier has come to accept his punishment on his behalf." Bailey Qiu's voice came from the door. Everyone turned to see him kneeling and kowtowing 3 times. Bailey Qiu entered the hall and knelt on the ground, offering the Bailey army's tiger tally with both hands. This sinner's elder sister, Bailey Lixiang, colluded with Xiaodong to incite the 100 clans and slander esteemed empress. This sinner's father, Bailey Yuanlong, colluded with Duke Shao to plot a coup d'état in Northern Li. Today, this sinner will plead guilty on behalf of my father and accuse Duke Shao, Shaoan. With this military pledge as proof, I ask your Majesty to judge clearly. I ask your Majesty to mete out punishment. As soon as he finished speaking, Shaoan began to shout, Your Majesty, Your Majesty." This official Long Fei Yi didn't even want to listen. He tossed the military token at Shao An's face and said angrily, "You're going to add to your crimes if you continue to quibble? Shaoan was so shocked that he immediately fell silent. In that instant, he was suddenly enlightened and had a sudden epiphany. With Bailey Lixiang and Bailey Chiyu's shrewdness and courage, how could they have dared to take out the military pledge in such a short time? They should be crying and begging the emperor for forgiveness for Bailey Yuanlong's death. Judging from the situation, the one making the decisions for the Bailey clan was either the emperor or esteemed empress. As soon as Shaoan understood the situation, he despaired. He'd lost in the end. He'd still lost to that high and mighty master of his. That master had steeled his heart this time to sacrifice the Bailey clan to destroy the Shao clan. With ironclad evidence, Shaoan and Shao Dong had no way to defend themselves. The case didn't go through the justice courts. Long Fei Yi gave the order on the spot to strip Shaoan of his title, execute the 3 Shao clans, and confiscate all property. Out of consideration for Bailey Chiyu's voluntary confession and meritorious service, the 3 Bailey clans weren't executed. However, Bailey Lixiang was sentenced to death. The entire Bailey clan was demoted to navy boatmen. They had to atone for their crimes by meritorious service within 5 years, without any salary or promotion. Moreover, none of the 3 Bailey clans were allowed to hold any positions in the army. Both clans were heavily punished. Bailey Chiyu's meritorious service had allowed the Bailey clan to avoid being exterminated. Some people were sincerely convinced by the merit of his report, while others were extremely unconvinced. However, Long Fei Yi had given the central military command to Han Yunshi, but didn't take back the southern military command. Instead, he'd sent word that he'd choose a great general from among the deputy generals who weren't implicated in the case to take over Shao Dong's position. After all, many of the deputy generals were backed by great Jiangnan clans. Now that Long Fei Yi had given them such a chance, would they still use the Shao clan's matter to cause trouble? Instead, they'd all hit the Shao clan while they were down and fight to perform well for Long Fei Yi. Long Fei Yi's move looked like he was afraid of the other powers in Jiangnan, but in reality, he was driving a wedge between them. Jiangnan's largest clan had its assets confiscated, while the other great clans were fighting for military power and the position of number 1 clan. How could they unite? Under these circumstances, there wasn't much resistance to implementing tax reforms. 3 days later, the case was finally resolved. Bailey Lixiang was sentenced to death in prison, and Bailey Mingxiang went to collect her body. She didn't cry, but her eyes were unreasonably red. The next day, Bailey Yuanlong's body was buried in a simple, low-key ceremony for commoners. Aside from a few ministers who'd been on good terms with Bailey Yuanlong and came to send him off, none of the civil and military officials dared to do so. However, after Bailey Yuanlong was buried, Long Fei Yi and Han Yunshi arrived with Ru. Tang Zijin also rushed over from the capital, covered in dust. Chapter 1258. Seeing the Emperor and Empress bring the Crown Prince over, Bailey Chiyu was both surprised and guilty. He'd given up the military order and traded the Bailey clan's future for Shao An's fall precisely because he'd gone to see Bailey Lixiang and listened to her advice. He'd also heard about the Sea King's seal. Recalling his father's last words, "Your Majesty, this old official was wrong," Bailey Chiyu was filled with regret. He was his father's most favored son, so he should have advised his father to rein in the horse before it was too late. Unfortunately, he'd been too indecisive. In his heart, he'd always rejected working with the Shao clan. He'd once asked his father and eldest sister how the Bailey clan, which had been a noble clan for generations, had been reduced to working with the Shao clan. Bailey Mingxiang knelt. "This guilty daughter greets your Majesty, esteemed Empress, and His Highness the Crown Prince." At this moment, Bailey Chiyu snapped out of his thoughts and hurriedly knelt as well. Long Fei Yi ignored them and walked to Bailey Yuanlong's grave alone. He stood there in silence for a long time, as if he had something to say. But in the end, he didn't say anything. Instead, he personally added a handful of soil to Bailey Yuanlong's grave. This was something only family members would do. Bailey Chiu and Bailey Mingxiang saw this. Regret, guilt, sadness, helplessness, and countless other emotions welled up in their hearts. The siblings had nothing to say, so they kowtowed 3 times in unison. Long Feiyi stood in front of the tombstone in silence. Bailey Yuanlong should understand this silence. After all, he'd looked at it for more than 20 years. Why is he buried so high up? Han Yunxi spoke up. The living walked to higher places, while the dead were buried underground. Graves weren't suitable for high places, but Bailey Yuanlong's was at the top of a mountain. To reply, esteemed Empress, Father always said he wanted to return to the capital. Only by being buried high up would he be able to see the capital, Bailey Mingxiang replied in a choked voice. Han Yunxi looked to the east. Bailey Yuanlong's grave really did face the direction of the capital. She sighed softly. Everyone wants to go back. I want to go back as soon as possible. Both of you may rise. Bailey Chiu and Bailey Mingxiang stood up and bowed to Gu Beiwei, Tang Li, his wife, and Tang Zijin, who had just arrived. Tang Zijin, who hadn't seen him for a long time, seemed to have aged a lot. His originally white hair was now completely white. He was covered in dust, and his tired face was full of heaviness. He stood at the very back and gazed at Bailey Yuanlong's tombstone from afar, his eyes gradually becoming moist. He and Bailey Yuanlong had fought for so many years, but it had always been a competition for favor. Bailey Yuanlong wasn't happy that the Tang sex guards had spoken up, but they'd managed to climb up to the imperial family. Tang Zijin, on the other hand, wasn't happy that Bailey Yuanlong kept showing off his status as a noble. But they had never really fought with each other. At this moment, Tang Zijin's feelings were complicated. He felt both fortunate and regretful. Fortunately, he had not forgotten his roots and his identity in the struggle between the factions in the imperial court. Otherwise, wouldn't his Tang clan have suffered the same fate as the Bailey clan? What he regretted was that he had clearly known that Bailey Yuanlong was colluding with the Jiangnan military, yet he hadn't tried to persuade him. Instead, he had taken pleasure in his misfortune and hidden his own selfish motive. Tang Zijin stood there for a long time. When he saw the emperor walk to the side, he strode forward. After adding a handful of soil to Bailey Yuanlong's grave, he pulled up his sleeve and wiped the tombstone. This shouldn't be. This shouldn't be. Old brother Bailey, you and I have followed His Highness for so many years. How did we fall for the ambitions of those Jiangnan wolves? He shook his head repeatedly and sighed with emotion. Long Feiyi and Han Yunxi stood to the side and watched silently. Ning Jing's eyes were downcast, making it impossible to tell what she was feeling. Tang Li hugged little Tang Tang and looked at his father with a cold gaze. Even now, he was still holding a grudge. Someone had drugged him and wanted him to let Ning Jing down. If it had been anyone else who had done this, he would have killed them long ago. Little Tang Tang stared blankly at her grandfather, whom she hadn't seen in a long time. As she stared and stared, she suddenly burst into tears. "Grandma! I want Grandma! I want Grandma!" Tang Zijin was very cold to little Tang Tang, but Madame Tang doted on her very much. Before Tang Li and Ning Jing had returned to the Tang clan, little Tang Tang had always been taken care of by Madame Tang and Mu Ling. Children tended to forget things and people, but Madame Tang was still family. When she saw her grandfather, little Tang Tang naturally thought of her grandmother. She hadn't seen her grandmother in a long, long time. "Wah, I want Grandma, Grandma, I want Grandma!" Little Tang Tang cried. "Good Tang Tang, don't cry, don't cry. Look, your little brother is going to laugh at you. Don't cry." Tang Li hurriedly comforted her, but little Tang Tang cried even harder. "Where's Grandma? I want Grandma to carry me, Grandma to carry me." Tang Zijin turned around and looked hesitant. In the end, he walked over. It was rare for him to be so gentle. "Tang Tang, don't cry. Grandpa will carry you, okay?" Little Tang Tang was stunned at first, then frightened. She wrapped her arms around her father's neck in fear that she would be carried away. She stared at her grandfather warily, not daring to say a word. This scene not only made Ning Jing's heart ache, but also Han Yunxi's. She was about to speak when Tang Zijin said, "Tang Tang, don't cry, don't cry. Grandpa will take you to find Grandma. Let's go home together as a family, okay?" When he said this, Ning Jing and Tang Li were shocked. Long Feiyi also looked over. What did Tang Zijin mean? Was he giving in? Long Feiyi had already sent Tang Zijin the memorials about the Tang sect's failure to deliver the weapons on time. This was forcing Tang Zijin to either find Tang Li and Ning Jing or hand over the rights to the Tang sect's weapons. Tang Zijin didn't reply. Little Tang Tang didn't trust her grandfather. She buried her head in her father's shoulder and didn't even look at her grandfather. Children were the most willful, but they were also the most honest. Their thoughts were written all over their faces. Tang Zijin couldn't do anything about little Tang Tang. He looked at Ning Jing. "Ning Jing, let's go home. Your mother-in-law went to the temple for the new year." Tang Zijin paused for a long time, then continued, "Her health isn't good. I don't feel at ease leaving her alone outside. Let's go pick her up together." Tang Zijin's words were tactful. On the surface, he meant that he was thinking about Madame Tang's health. He couldn't go to Ning Jing and Tang Li. His real intention was to ask for peace. Ning Jing was about to speak, but Tang Li suddenly flew into a rage. "Can't you go pick up my mother yourself? You know that my mother's health isn't good, yet you let her spend the new year in the temple. Tang Zijin, what's your heart made of?" Tang Zijin immediately glared at him. "You brat, what's with your attitude?" "What attitude? Let me tell you, I don't have any attitude toward you." Tang Li hugged little Tang Tang tightly with one hand and grabbed Ning Jing with the other. He was about to leave. Ning Jing and Tang Li had been together for so long. How could she not know what Tang Li was thinking? Tang Li had also been waiting for his father to come. However, Tang Li wasn't happy with Tang Zijin's tactful words. He and his wife had suffered so much in the Tang family. Tang Zijin was clearly in the wrong, but he didn't even admit it. Was he going to ask them to go back with just one sentence? Tang Li wanted nothing more than for Tang Zijin to admit his wrongs and beg for help. Ning Jing was definitely more angry than Tang Li, but she still grabbed Tang Li's hand and didn't let him go. Tang Zijin was Tang Li's father after all. It was enough that Tang Li didn't want her to be wronged. There was no need for him to continue being rude to Tang Zijin and be accused of treason. Tang Li stopped and frowned at Ning Jing. Ning Jing ignored him and carried little Tang Tang over. "Tang Tang, be a good girl. Don't cry. Let's go find Grandma and go home, okay?" When Ning Jing asked the same question, little Tang Tang immediately nodded her head. Ning Jing's heart ached when she saw her daughter crying so hard. "Don't cry, don't cry. Little brother will laugh at us if you cry any more." Little Rer was in his mother's arms. He covered his ears with his hands and blinked his big eyes in confusion. Ning Jing's words made Tang Zijin very happy and gratified. Actually, he knew very well what kind of wife Ning Jing was. It would be difficult for Tang Li to find another Ning Jing. Unfortunately, Tang Zijin was annoyed when he thought of that matter, but he didn't have the energy to think about it. Protecting the Tang family was more important than anything else. He was old and couldn't care less about other things. Since Ning Jing had said so, Tang Li naturally listened to her. He lowered his head and didn't say anything. Seeing this, Tang Zijin's heart finally calmed down. He walked towards Long Feiyi and respectfully presented the two memorials. "Your Majesty, this subordinate has sinned and troubled your Majesty. This subordinate promises that the Tang family will hand over the first batch of weapons before the end of the month. The progress in the imperial capital will also be completed according to plan. Please forgive this subordinate, Your Majesty." Long Feiyi didn't reply to Tang Zijin. He took the two memorials that hadn't been approved and casually tossed them into a nearby abyss. Since the memorials had been thrown away without approval, it meant that Long Fei Yi wouldn't pay attention to the two officials who had submitted the memorials. "Many thanks for your Majesty's mercy." Tang Zijin hurriedly expressed his gratitude. Tang Li and Ning Jing both went forward to light incense for Bailey Yuanlong before leaving with Tang Zijin. Gu Beiyue lit the incense and was about to leave when Han Yunxi stopped him. She whispered something to Ruer, who reached out for the Grand Tutor's embrace. Gu Beiyue didn't ask any questions and quietly took Ruer away. Han Yunxi didn't leave after lighting the incense. Instead, she stood to the side and waited for Long Fei Yi. Long Fei Yi knew that she was nearby and reached out for her to come over. Han Yunxi walked over and took his hand. She whispered, "My condolences." Although it was only a single Long Fei still made a sound. Bailey Mingxiang and Bailey Qiyu were standing on the side with their heads bowed, so they could hear everything clearly. Bailey Mingxiang couldn't help but think of the silent youth by the lotus pond many years ago. At this moment, the Emperor's lonely figure was so similar to that of the past, yet also different. What would have happened if he had met Han Yunxi earlier? "Brother, we can't stay here for long because of our crimes," Bailey Mingxiang reminded in a low voice. Bailey Qiyu thought that his younger sister would say something to the Emperor and Empress, but she didn't say a word. Bailey Qiyu walked forward and presented two teardrop-shaped crystals with both hands. The crystals were very beautiful. They were sparkling and translucent, suffused with a faint blue light and possessed a mysterious charm. If one stared at them for too long, they would think of the vast and boundless azure sea. Chapter 1259. Han Yunxi recognized the blue crystal at a glance. She'd once seen it by the lost illusory lake. It was the Bailey mermaid clan's unique tears of holding. Mermaids had tears called mermaid pearls. The Bailey mermaid clan was a branch of the mermaids called Tear Mermaid. Tears of holding wouldn't form when they shed tears, but when their lives were about to end, they'd shed tears due to their unresolved obsessions. The greater the obsessions, the greater the power contained in the tear of holding. The two tears of holding in Bailey Qiyu's hands were much larger than the one in Long Fei Ye's. This meant that Bailey Yuanlong and Bailey Lixiang had great obsessions and regrets before they died. Han Yunxi was already sad, but seeing these things only made her heart ache even more. She looked at Long Fei Yi, but saw that Long Fei Ye's expression was unchanged. Perhaps this man wasn't as weak as she imagined. Otherwise, he wouldn't have stayed in the palace for the past few days without setting foot in the Bailey estate. "Your Majesty, these were left behind by my father and eldest sister. Please accept them. No matter when or where, as long as your Majesty commands, the Bailey mermaid clan will be at your beck and call," Bailey Qiyu said seriously. Han Yunxi thought that Long Fei Yi would accept the two tears of holding immediately, but he didn't move. Soon enough, Bailey Mingxiang came over and personally took one, handing it to Han Yunxi. "Esteemed Empress, please accept it. The Bailey mermaid clan will always be loyal to the great Qin imperial family. As long as the imperial family commands, the Bailey mermaid clan will be at your beck and call." Long Fei Yi didn't say a word, but took the other tear of holding from Bailey Qiyu's hand. Han Yunxi smiled helplessly and accepted the tear of holding from Bailey Mingxiang. She was certain that she'd underestimated Long Fei Yi. Despite his grief, he still maintained the calm and rationality of an emperor, the head of the imperial family. This man was no longer the youth who'd stayed silent for a year because of his mother's suicide. The current him was able to withstand the wind and rain as well as the pain. It wasn't being heartless, but being strong. Only by being strong would one become a true expert. The Bailey clan's betrayal was caused by their dissatisfaction with Western Qin. Long Fei Ye's actions were clearly to make the Bailey clan accept her, accept the Western Qin royal family, and pledge their loyalty to the great Qin royal family that she and he had built together. Bailey Qiyu finally understood the emperor's heart. He was filled with regret. Perhaps he and his father shouldn't have listened to his eldest sister and let her return from Northernly. Instead, they should have listened to this little sister, who had never interfered with politics or military affairs but had followed the emperor and empress for many years. Unfortunately, there was no such thing as pity now. Long Feiyi didn't stay long. After leaving Bailey Qiu with a message, he brought Han Yunxi down the mountain. His words caused great waves in Bailey Qiu and Bailey Mingxiang's hearts. Long Feiyi said, "Bailey Qiu, if you can take over Fishery Island within 10 years, I'll forgive you all of your crimes today." Fishery Island was the mysterious island beyond Cloud Realm continent. For thousands of years, no one had dared to violate its rules, but no one knew who'd set the rules or the consequences of violating them. Han Yunxi was naturally curious about the island, but she never expected Long Feiyi to have his eyes on it as well. Long Feiyi had made the wisest choice by leaving Fishery Island to the Bailey clan. For one thing, the Bailey clan was familiar with the water. For another, they were already commoners, so Great Qin didn't need to take responsibility for their actions. For another, there were plenty of things for Long Feiyi to deal with in Cloud Realm continent. Long Feiyi wouldn't have time to deal with the island for the next 10 years. Handing this matter over to the 100-Mile Mermaid clan was the most suitable choice. The day after Han Yunxi and Long Feiyi's departure, Tang Li and Ning Jing came to say their goodbyes. They were going to pick up Lady Tang before returning to the Tang clan. Long Feiyi didn't keep them long. After all, there was a time limit to the weapons, so it wasn't good to delay any longer. Before she left, little Tang Tang ran over again and ran in front of Han Yunxi, pointing at Ru'er in her arms. "Little brother Crown Prince, come down." Ru'er was clearly unhappy, but he still came down. He didn't say a word, but stared at little Tang Tang. "Little brother Crown Prince, big sister's leaving," little Tang Tang said seriously. Little Tang Tang's mature appearance as a little adult made everyone secretly laugh. Ru'er glanced at her and said coldly, "I won't see you out." Now everyone couldn't help but burst out laughing. Ru'er's voice was even more tender than little Tang Tang's, but also more mature. He was practically a replica of Long Feiyi. "Big sister, I have something for you," little Tang Tang said seriously. Ru'er wanted to refuse, but seeing how serious little Tang Tang was, he was especially afraid that she would cry. He didn't say anything. Little Tang Tang then took out a small hidden weapon from her pocket and handed it over. Little Ru'er took a liking to things like hidden weapons. "Wait," he said as he accepted them. He stuck out his little butt and ran over to the Grand Tutor. Everyone didn't know what he was going to do, but Gu Beiyue seemed to know. Gu Beiyue looked at him motionlessly and smiled. Ru'er tiptoed and tugged at Gu Beiyue's sleeve. Soon, the little thing that was sleeping upside down in Gu Beiyue's wide sleeve fell down with a plop. The little thing looked up and saw the little master's face that was incomparably similar to Long Dada's approaching. It was immediately frightened and was about to run when Ru'er shouted, "Don't move!" The little thing was very obedient and didn't run. Thus, Ru'er grabbed the little thing's tail and dragged it in front of little Tang Tang. Little Tang Tang had long been attracted to this white fur ball. She squatted down and looked carefully, only to see that the ball was a little squirrel. Little Tang Tang often saw squirrels in the mountains of the Tang sect, but she had never seen such a small white squirrel. She carefully stroked the little thing as if she liked it very much. "Little Tang, little mouse for you," Ru'er said seriously. Little Tang Tang was happy and hugged the little thing. The little thing's suspended heart finally settled down. It didn't know that it had been sent out. It thought that being in the hands of this cute and beautiful little girl was better than being in the hands of the little master. Little Tang Tang held the little thing as if it was a treasure and asked seriously, "Can you be faster than my hidden weapon?" Ever since she was able to use hidden weapons, her grandfather had specially trained a group of agile squirrels on the mountain for her. He let her use hidden weapons to hit them so that she could practice her hidden weapon technique. Of course, the hidden weapons she used wouldn't hurt the squirrels' lives. Ru'er shook his head. "You try." Little Tang Tang was overjoyed. She carried the little thing, and put it far away before running back. The little thing looked at little Tang Tang suspiciously, not understanding what she was going to do. However, when little Tang Tang turned around and suddenly threw a paper dart, the little thing was stunned. It forgot to run away and was hit in the face by the paper dart. Although it wasn't hurt, it hurt like hell. If it were other children, the little thing would probably turn into a giant wolf and roar at them. Unfortunately, it was facing two children, so it could only endure. It comforted itself that it was an old man over 100 years old and couldn't be too calculative with children. Little Tang Tang looked disgusted. Stupid, no. It was the first time Rui gave a girl a gift and he was actually disgusted? Rui didn't argue. He looked at the little thing and said coldly, "Stupid mouse." Fortunately, the little thing didn't understand, or it would be so angry that it would vomit blood. The adults around laughed. Even Long Fei Yi couldn't help but laugh because of his son. If the little thing turned into a giant wolf in front of these two children one day, how would they react? Rui played with the hidden weapon in his hand and aimed it at the little thing. At this time, the little thing was on guard. As soon as Rui threw the hidden weapon, the little thing didn't dodge. Instead, it rushed towards the hidden weapon. However, just as the hidden weapon was about to hit it, it instantly dodged. No one could match this speed except for Long Fei Yi and Gu Beiwei. Little Rui and little Tang Tang gaped at the sight. It was a while before they both looked towards Gu Beiwei, as if to ask if the little thing's speed was taught by Gu Beiwei. Gu Beiwei didn't know whether to laugh or cry and shook his head innocently. "I want it." Little Tang Tang instantly changed her mind. However, just as little Tang Tang pounced on the little thing's figure flashed and turned into a giant snow wolf in an instant. It was much taller than a tiger. Its fur was as white as snow, but there was a diamond-shaped red spot on its forehead. His eyes were red, like red amber, beautiful and noble. It stood in the distance, tall and mighty, with a solemn and cold expression. It was like the leader of a pack of wolves, but more like the king of all beasts. Little Rui and little Tang Tang, who had never seen Lil Thing transform, were dumbfounded. When the snow wolf walked towards them step by step, little Tang Tang suddenly cried out in alarm. She turned around and threw herself at her father, hugging his thigh. Rui didn't notice how ear-piercing little Tang Tang's scream was. He gradually broke into a surprised smile and said, "Tang Tang, I won't see you off." Did he want little Tang Tang to leave and not see her off, or did he not want to see the little thing off? Little Tang Tang didn't have time to care. At this moment, she was hiding in her father's arms and looking at the little thing in horror. Little Tang Tang was very bold and wasn't afraid of tigers or lions. Could it be that the little thing's aura was too strong to scare her like this? Tang Li and Ning Jing were very confused. Rui was the one who was truly bold. Not only was he not afraid, he even ran towards the snow wolf. However, just as little Rui was about to pounce on the snow wolf's figure suddenly disappeared. Soon, the little thing fell from the sky and lay on the ground like a little fur ball. It hadn't recovered yet, and its power wasn't enough to support the snow wolf for too long. Rui was stunned at first, then grabbed the little thing and pinched its head, claws, and tail. He kept saying, "Change, change, 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 change." The little thing was messed up from being pinched. "It hurts. It hurts everywhere." Everyone around them was cramping up with laughter. Even Long Fei couldn't help but laugh out loud. His stifled heart felt much better now. Little Tang Tang looked at it for a while and murmured, "Daddy, it's a monster." Tang Li finally understood that little Tang Tang wasn't afraid of the snow wolf, but of the monster that could transform. "Do you still want it?" Ning Jing asked. Little Tang Tang shook her head decisively. Just like that, Tang Li and Ning Jing stayed for a while in the midst of laughter before leaving. From then on, little Rui no longer rejected the little thing. Instead, he chased after the little thing every day, wanting it to transform. The little thing, who originally just wanted to show off, regretted it very much. After Tang Li and Ning Jing left, Long Feiyi began to deal with the Shao family's power in Jiangnan, and at the same time, to promote the tax reform of the Ministry of Revenue. Gu occasionally came to the palace to play with little Ru'er, but he still appeared and disappeared mysteriously. Mu Ling had been staying in the Imperial Academy of Medicine and rarely went to the harem. She was about to discuss the medical reform with Gu Beiwei. Everything was going quite smoothly. Just when the first batch of spring tea was ready to be harvested, there was an unexpected news from Northernly. Chapter 1260. Unexpected news came from Northernly regarding the empty red envelopes. In Northernly, an organization called MUSI was in charge of distributing disaster relief funds and supplies. Not long ago, the MUSI estate had received 2 red envelopes for donations. The 2 red envelopes were for Bailey Lixiang and the late Madame Bailey, 2 of the 10 empty red envelopes. The red envelopes hadn't been opened yet by the time they reached MUSI. As soon as the MUSI supervisor received the red envelopes, he knew the Empress had given them to the Bailey clan during the new year. Moreover, he knew they were empty at a touch. The officer was so silly that he tore the red packet apart and confirmed that it was indeed an empty red packet. All donations had to be made public, so the supervisor didn't know how to deal with the matter. He was about to find his superior when Jin Zi happened to bump into him. Jin Zi decisively suppressed the matter and reported it to Yuning Palace. Han Yunxi was very calm when she heard the news. First, she sent someone to ask Bailey Mingxiang whether Bailey Lixiang had told her and her brother about the empty red envelope. If the 2 empty red envelopes had been sent to Northernly before the Crown Prince's birthday banquet, then there was no need to fuss over it now. Given Bailey Lixiang's circumstances, it was normal for her to send red envelopes directly to Northernly to embarrass herself. But when Su Donglin delivered Bailey Mingxiang's reply, Han Yunxi was furious. Bailey Mingxiang didn't know about the red envelopes, but Bailey Qiyu said he'd heard that Bailey Lixiang had given them to Old Man Zhou before the Crown Prince's birthday banquet. Jiangnan's Murong clan's Old Man Zhou's men? Han Yunxi muttered. Jiangnan's Murong clan was a large clan second only to the Shao clan. After the Shao clan's assets were confiscated, the Murong clan became the most powerful clan in Jiangnan. The Murong clan wasn't as wealthy as the Shao clan, but they held great power in Jiangnan. In the past 100 years, the Murong family had produced 3 rank 1 officials. Now, Murong Liaodong was a rank 1 official in the Great Qin dynasty. He was the governor of Jiangnan, the number 1 official in Jiangnan. Old Man Zhou was Murong Liaodong's mother. She was 70 years old, but she was still very smart. She was very famous in Jiangnan and was given the title of first-rank lady. Esteemed Empress, why would Bailey Lixiang give the red packet to this Old Man Zhou? Zhao Mama thought for a bit, then added, she even gave it to him before the Crown Prince's birthday banquet. Han Yunxi frowned and didn't say anything. Zhao Mama slapped her thigh and exclaimed in shock, Your Majesty, this old servant understands. Among the 10 madams, other than the deceased Madame Bailey, this Old Man Zhou is the most popular. It turns out that those people want to use Old Man Zhou to make things difficult for you. Perhaps they had already planned something during the Crown Prince's first birthday banquet. If Bailey Lixiang hadn't been imprisoned, they might have taken out the red packets and opened them in front of everyone. A woman's heart is truly the most poisonous. Han Yunxi's analysis was exactly the same. She nodded and said seriously, during the Crown Prince's birthday banquet, Ling didn't draw them out even after donating the red packets. They must be afraid. Esteemed Empress, but the second day of the Crown Prince's first birthday banquet, the red packets were all donated to the Ministry of Revenue. Why did the Bailey clans too remain? Zhao Mama asked in confusion. This was the crux of the problem. The 8 empty red packets might have been donated by old Madame Zhou to the Ministry of Revenue, or the madams might have taken them back and donated them individually. But that wasn't important. What was important was that Bailey Lixiang hadn't asked Old Man Zhou for the red packets after she was imprisoned. She had even forgotten about the red packets in the face of death. So the 2 red packets had always been in Old Man Zhou's hand. Zhao Mama, it's not important why the Bailey clan's red packets were left behind. What's important is why Old Man Zhou sent the 2 red packets to Northern Li's museum alone. Han Yunxi asked seriously. Zhao Mama was worthy of being an old hand in the palace. She immediately replied, Esteemed Empress, in that case, Old Man Zhou wants to borrow the Bailey clan's hand to expose the red packets and make you lose face? Seeing that her mistress didn't answer, Zhao Mama thought for a bit before adding, Bailey Lixiang's already sentenced to death. Adding another crime isn't a big deal. Old Man Zhou's people are adding oil to the fire so that esteemed Empress will hate the Bailey clan. Han Yunxi thought for a long time before denying Zhao Mama's conjecture. Zhao Mama, it's not like that. Bailey Lixiang's crime is already punishable by death. Even without the empty red packets, this consort already hates her to the core. Old Man Zhou's people don't need to do this. Han Yunxi said seriously. The Murong clan and the Shao clan have been fighting for power in Jiangnan for a long time. Bailey Yuanlong and Shaoan colluded in private, but they're still mortal enemies on the surface. Old Man Zhou's people wouldn't be stupid enough to help the Shao clan eradicate the Bailey clan if they didn't know Bailey Yuanlong and Shaoan were colluding. If Old Man Zhou's people were smart enough, they would have helped Bailey Lixiang instead of harming her. Now Zhao Mama was puzzled. But the red packets were clearly in Old Man Zhou's hands. He was the one who sent them to Northern Li under Bailey Lixiang's name. Because Old Man Zhou's people know he can't save Bailey Lixiang. If my guess isn't wrong, Old Man Zhou's people are most likely preparing to slander Xiao Dong's wife. Han Yunxi smiled. At this moment, Granny Zhao completely understood. She slapped her thigh in agitation. Esteemed Empress, this old servant understands. Old Man Zhou's people must have known long ago that Bailey Yuanlong and Shaoan were colluding in private. That's why he's using this opportunity to sow discord between the Bailey and Shao clans. Right, it'll take a few days for the red packets to reach Northern Li. Old Man Zhou's people must have never expected Bailey Qiyu to betray the Shao clan so quickly. Both sides will suffer, Han Yunxi said. At this moment, the Shadow Guard returned from the Ministry of Revenue. Esteemed Empress, this subordinate has investigated thoroughly. Those 8 empty red packets were all sent to the Ministry of Revenue by Madame Xiao. Han Yunxi and Zhao Mama both smiled at this. Their guess was right. Old Man Zhou's people had probably secretly kept 2 of the Bailey clan's red packets and entrusted the remaining 8 to Madame Xiao to donate. Esteemed Empress, the real old fox is finally showing his tail. Zhao Mama sighed with emotion. Old Man Zhou's people had used a borrowed knife to kill people and sow discord. Firstly, they'd used Bailey Lixiang's name to spread the red packets and tarnish Han Yunxi's reputation. Secondly, they'd framed Madame Xiao and sow discord between the Bailey and Shao clans. The Murong clan would then become the true beneficiaries. Han Yunxi was quite impressed. If Bailey Yuanlong hadn't died and Bailey Lixiang and Bailey Qiyu hadn't confessed to the military order, Bailey Lixiang's case would probably still be under investigation right now. These 2 empty red packets would have undoubtedly affected the attitudes and decisions of all parties. Han Yunxi was impressed, but she didn't appreciate it. Coldly, she said, Zhao Mama, after Ning Jing and the others left, our palace has been deserted. Go personally and invite Old Man Zhou's people over. Just say this consort invited them to drink tea. Let's liven things up a bit. Han Yunxi's liven things up a bit was full of meaning, dragging out the end of her speech. Not to mention the shadow guards at the side, even Granny Zhao felt her hair stand on end. The harem was so big, and the emperor was busy all the time. Since those noble madams had nothing better to do, Han Yunxi naturally didn't mind inviting them over for livening things up. That afternoon, Zhao Mama invited old man Zhou's people into the palace. Entering the palace wasn't like going to other places. You could invite others to visit you if you went elsewhere. However, the empress hadn't given her permission to enter the palace. Even if old man Zhou's people wanted to invite others, they didn't dare to do so. Even the servants that she brought into the palace were strictly restricted. There was no need to think about guards and the like. She could only bring a maidservant to wait on her. Old man Zhou was born in Jiangnan and was a well-bred young lady. She was very famous when she was young. After marrying into the Murong family, her son became a high-ranking official. Her mother's status rose because of her son. Her fame grew as she grew older and became more prestigious. At the age of 70, her hair had long turned white. However, her body was strong and her eyes were shining. She was full of energy. She leaned on her cane and never let others support her. As astute as she was, she naturally noticed the empress's intention to invite her into the palace. However, she didn't seem to be afraid. As soon as Granny Zhao invited her, she graciously came over in high spirit. It was the middle of February, but the weather was still very cold. The afternoon sky was gloomy, making it even colder. Zhao Mama invited old man Zhou's people to a warm pavilion in the imperial garden. The empress wanted to come over a long time ago, but the crown prince kept pestering her. Zhao Mama said with a smile, "Old man Zhou's people, please sit here. This old servant will go over and take a look." Old man Zhou was a man of few words. He nodded, "Thank you, Zhao Mama." Little Ruer had actually gone to the Grand Tutor's residence. Han Yunxi was making noodles in the kitchens. Ever since she made a bet with Long Fei Yi, she had self-awareness and secretly vowed to personally create a bowl of private noodles to firmly grasp Long Fei Yi's stomach. Zhao Mama hurried to the kitchens. Han Yunxi was personally rolling out noodles. "Empress, old lady Zhou is here." When she left, she specially ordered a servant to tell her son in front of this old servant. Zhao Mama imitated old Madame Zhou's tone and actions, saying, "Xiao Chui, go tell my son that the empress has given me some tea to drink. I'm going to the palace, so tell him that he doesn't need to accompany me this afternoon." Han Yunxi sneered inwardly. She had already been invited into the palace. So what if Lord Zhou knew? She held the position of Grand Secretary of the Army and could interfere with the court. However, no official in the court could interfere with the imperial harem's affairs except for the Grand Tutor who taught the Crown Prince. Although the empty red packets donated to Northern Li did not belong to the imperial harem, she still had a way to resolve this matter in the imperial harem. "Has the tea been served?" Han Yunxi asked. "Empress, there's no new tea in the palace. The first batch of new tea will arrive in 10 days, Zhao Mama answered truthfully. "Then go find some old tea. She's a guest." Han Yunxi's face was serious. Zhao Mama couldn't help but laugh. This old servant obeys. As a result, neither of them showed up, leaving old Madame Zhou to wait in the warm room for a full 2 hours until the sky turned dark. Han Yunxi finished cooking the noodles, changed her clothes, and went to the warm room. She had already arrived, but Zhao Mama still hadn't found the old tea. Old Lady Zhou had already asked the palace maid for 2 cups of water. Chapter 1261. Old man Zhou had been waiting in the warm room for a full 4 hours. His buttocks were aching from sitting, and his heart was getting restless. However, old man Zhou's heart still sank when he saw Her Majesty the Empress enter. She hurriedly got up and respectfully knelt down with her cane. "Good luck to Her Majesty the Empress." "Zhao Mama!" Han Yunxi shouted loudly. "Zhao Mama, hurry and help old man Zhou up." There were many palace maids in the room, but Zhao Mama was nowhere to be seen. The room was silent and no one responded. The warm room was only so big and could be seen with a single glance. How could Han Yunxi not see that Zhao Mama wasn't here? She was doing it on purpose. She raised a hand and placed it on a palace maid's hand. She slowly walked in and walked past the kneeling old man Zhou. The Empress's posture was very imposing. Actually, she didn't like to put on the airs of an empress. However, for some people, if she didn't put on airs, they would think that she wasn't suited to be empress. It wasn't until she sat down in the main seat that Han Yunshi asked with a surprised expression, "Where's Zhao Mama?" Replying to Her Majesty the Empress, Zhao Mama went to find tea. The palace maid replied. Han Yunshi flew into a rage. What, she still hasn't found it? The palace maid lowered her head, not daring to answer. That old wicked servant. She usually slacks off and does evil. This consort didn't bother to bicker with her because of her old age, but she's becoming more and more excessive. If this consort doesn't teach her a lesson today, how can this consort continue to be the head of the 6 palaces? In the future, when the empress takes on concubines, how can this consort control her? Han Yunshi said angrily. These words were clearly meant for old man Zhou to hear. They were scolding her indirectly, warning her, and mocking her. Zhao Mama and Mu Linger were hiding at the door. Zhao Mama understood as soon as she heard this and almost laughed out loud. Mu Ling on the other hand, was completely baffled. She had just come over to talk to her sister about some matters regarding Medicine City, but Zhao Mama had stopped her. Mu Linger could tell that her sister was implying something, but she didn't understand what was going on. She whispered, "What's going on? Why are you smiling so happily?" Zhao Mama chuckled mischievously. With one hand on her waist and the other pointing at old man Zhou, she imitated the empress's tone and said, "Old lady Zhou, you old shrew. Don't think that Ben Gong doesn't know about the vicious things you've done. Seeing that you're already so old, Ben Gong won't argue with you. You're actually getting more and more outrageous, daring to scheme against me and send 2 empty red packets from the Bailey clan to Musi of Northernly. If this consort doesn't teach you a lesson today, how will this consort establish her authority in the harem? In the future, if you old shrews force the empress to take concubines, wouldn't this consort be unable to do anything about it?" After Zhao Mama finished speaking, she couldn't stop herself from snickering. Mu Linger was shocked. Sent to Musi of Northernly? Isn't that so? Fortunately, Jin Zi happened to see it. Otherwise, this matter would be a big problem, Zhao Mama said. Mu Linger was very surprised that old man Zhou would do such a thing. However, she was even more curious. Did Jin Zi personally go to Musi? Jin Zi was so busy, how could he personally go to Musi? Moreover, Musi was in charge of the disaster relief funds, while Jin Zi was in charge of Northernly. Jin Zi should avoid arousing suspicion. Otherwise, if there were any problems with the funds in the future, Jin Zi would be the prime suspect. I heard that he went to make a donation, and he donated quite a lot, Zhao Mama said. Donation? Mu Linger's first reaction was, did Jin Zi have money? Didn't Jin Zi owe a lot of debt? However, she quickly remembered that she had returned Jin Zi's money. Could it be that he used that money to return it? He donated it all? Mu Linger muttered to herself. She was wondering if she should check how much Jin Zi had donated. She had returned a gold card. In fact, as long as she wanted to, she could check every single one of Jin Zi's expenses. Mu Linger hesitated. That's not good. That's his private matter. Mu Linger was pondering when inside the room, old lady Zhou, who was kneeling on the ground, suddenly fell to the ground. Mu Linger was shocked and almost rushed in, but Zhao Mama stopped her. She's faking it. Don't worry. Inside the room, Han Yunshi had already stood up. A cold light flashed past her eyes as she shouted, "Someone, summon the imperial physician." Han Yunshi had just taken a stance, and was about to let the palace maids beside her help old man Zhou up. Who knew that this old man would actually pretend to faint? She had originally planned to end this quickly, but she didn't expect this old man Zhou to be so aggressive. Very good. She would satisfy her. The palace maids brought old man Zhou to a warm couch. The imperial physician quickly rushed over and examined him. He didn't find anything wrong, but old man Zhou still didn't wake up. Your Highness the Empress, this is old man Zhou. Perhaps she's too old and fainted from overworking. Let her rest for now. The imperial physician said seriously. If it's not a serious illness, this consort can treat it. You may leave. Han Yunshi said coldly. Even the imperial physician could tell that there was something wrong with her tone, let alone old Lady Zhou, who was pretending to faint. At this moment, old Lady Zhou's heart began to panic. However, after the imperial physician left, Han Yunshi said to the surrounding palace maids, "You may all leave. This consort will personally watch over her." Yes. Old Lady Zhou's heart trembled when she heard the palace maid's footsteps in the distance. When she heard the door close, her breathing quickened. Heavens! She had already fainted. What else did the Empress want to do? She was the mother of a first-rank official and a first-rank titled madam. She had an extremely high reputation in Jiangnan. There was no proof of the red packet incident. Even if the Empress suspected her, she couldn't make things difficult for her. Did this Empress have any regard for the law? Old man Zhou's nerves were stretched taut as she listened to the movements around her. It was a pity that Han Yunshi didn't say a word her entire life. The quieter the surroundings were, the more flustered old Lady Zhou became. She didn't know what the Empress wanted to do. Han Yunshi silently took out a golden needle and suddenly pierced it into old man Zhou's acupuncture point on his face. This time, old man Zhou's entire body tensed up. Han Yunshi thought that she would wake up, but who knew that old man Zhou was actually still holding on. Han Yunshi suddenly inserted another needle. This time, the needle pierced old man Zhou's hand. It was extremely painful. Old Lady Zhou was clearly trembling, but she still insisted on closing her eyes and not waking up. She knew that if she woke up, with the Empress's attitude, it wouldn't be easy for her to leave the palace. If she didn't wake up, the Empress might get tired of tormenting her and order someone to send her out. However, old man Zhou waited for a long time, but the third needle didn't come. Her entire body started to itch and it was getting more and more itchy. It was painful, but she could still endure it. But it was itchy. Even if old man Zhou wanted to endure it, she couldn't help it in the end. Soon, she reached out and scratched her neck. Han Yunshi simply sat on one side and watched without a word. At first, old man Zhou only used one hand, but after a while, she used both hands. As she scratched, she couldn't help but turn over and start scratching her back. Who knew that it would be better if she didn't scratch? Once she scratched, it became even more itchy. The more itchy she scratched, the harder she scratched. It was as if she was addicted and couldn't stop. Unconsciously, as she scratched, she sat up because her feet were also very itchy. At this moment, Han Yunshi finally spoke. "Old man Zhou, you're awake?" Old man Zhou was stunned. She turned around and realized that she had sat up. She was stunned and didn't know how to answer Han Yunshi. She didn't know what had happened to her just now. Why did she sit up for no reason? Han Yunshi definitely wouldn't tell old Lady Zhou that she had just poisoned her. It was a kind of drug that made people addicted to scratching itches. When they itched, they would ignore everything and only care about scratching. Han Yunshi handed over the antidote. "Here, take it and it won't itch anymore." As soon as she said this, old man Zhou understood what was going on. She looked at Han Yunshi in disbelief. She was shocked and angry, but she didn't dare to say anything. Han Yunshi really didn't know what the old lady was so angry about. Was she the only one allowed to knock herself out and let others poison her? Han Yunshi stuffed the antidote into old Lady Zhou's mouth and said mildly, "If there's nothing else, then come down. We agreed that I'd treat you to tea. Zhao Mama should have brought the tea by now." As soon as she said this, Granny Zhao, who had been waiting outside, immediately pushed the door open and entered. "Esteemed Empress! Esteemed Empress, this old servant knows her wrongs." This old servant searched the entire imperial harem but couldn't find old-time tea, Zhao Mama said loudly. "Isn't there a pile of old-time tea in His Majesty's imperial study?" Han Yunshi retorted. Hearing this, old man Zhou got off the bed in fright. "Esteemed Empress, This subject's wife is fine with drinking water is fine. Everyone in Cloud Realm continent knew that the emperor was addicted to tea. His old-time tea was a collector's item. Even if esteemed empress really brought it here, she wouldn't dare to drink it. Old Madame Zhou had always been a patient person, but after Han Yunxi's torment, she wanted her mistress to hurry up and tell her about the empty red packets. Then she'd just deny it no matter what. Why would Han Yunxi mention the red packets? They'd already been donated under Bailey Lixiang's name. This was official business, not the Imperial Harem's business. Han Yunxi had found Old Man Zhou to talk about the Imperial Harem. Old Man Zhou, sit down. You just woke up, so don't get too worked up. If you faint again, I don't know how to wake you up, Han Yunxi said seriously. Old Man Zhou quickly sat down on one side. Zhao Mama, it's getting late, isn't it? Han Yunxi asked. It's already dark, so it's late, Zhao Mama replied honestly. You won't drink the tea, but you should at least eat before you leave, right? Han Yunxi smiled. Go, have Xia He bring the noodles I made over for Old Man Zhou to try. Xia He? When old Madame Zhou heard this name, her originally unpleasant complexion suddenly paled. Xia He? Wasn't that the palace maid she'd spent so much effort to hide in the palace? Esteemed Empress actually had Xia He bring her noodles? Could it be Old Man Zhou didn't dare to think further? She'd taught Xia He all by herself, and she'd only been in the palace for a few months. She didn't believe that Xia He had been exposed. She clenched her fists to calm herself down. As they waited, the room fell silent again. Han Yunxi glanced at the nervous old Madame Zhou and smiled. Zhao Mama, Xia He was the one who packed the red packets for the new year, right? That's right, Zhao Mama replied. At this moment, Old Man Zhou's heart almost stopped beating. She finally knew why esteemed Empress had summoned her to the palace. Chapter 1262. The entire warm room was so quiet that it was scary. Old Man Zhou's heart was beating wildly. At this moment, the wait was so long. Old Man Zhou was nervous about Xia He, but he didn't know that the bowl of noodles she was about to face was actually much more terrifying than the palace made Xia He a lot more. Zhao Mama didn't see how the Empress cooked the bowl of noodles, but when Xia He brought the broth over, Zhao Mama couldn't help but hold her forehead. She secretly glanced at the Empress and silently thought that it would take forever for the Emperor to eat the noodles personally cooked by the Empress. The Empress had been learning for several days, but she still hadn't learned how to roll the noodles. This time, she didn't boil the noodles into dough balls, but directly rolled the noodles into dough balls. In short, there was still a bowl of dough balls in the bowl. To describe it in more vivid terms, it was a bowl of clear soup with a few lumps of dough and a piece of boiled green vegetable. Xia He was very nervous, and Old Man Zhou was also very nervous. The two people's attention wasn't on the broth. Xia He was so nervous that she didn't dare to look at Old Man Zhou. Old Man Zhou gripped the armrest with one hand, almost crushing it. When Xia He brought the broth in front of Old Man Zhou was so nervous that he didn't notice the strangeness of the bowl of noodles. Zhou, Old Man Zhou, please, please, please eat. Xia He's teeth were chattering. Her appearance made Old Man Zhou unable to deceive himself anymore. Old Man Zhou was sure that the Empress must have found out that Xia He was one of her people and had evidence. Otherwise, the Empress wouldn't have let Xia He out so easily. How much evidence did the Empress have? Did she still have room to explain, room to escape punishment? Old Man Zhou held his last breath and didn't take the initiative to reveal anything. Only by knowing yourself and your enemy could you win 100 battles. She still couldn't figure out the Empress's background, so she could only advance step by step. She stood up and knelt down to thank the Empress. This subject's wife thanks the Empress for her reward. I already said that you don't have to be so courteous. Granny Zhao, quickly help Old Man Zhou up. Han Yunxi's attitude was polite, and her smile was harmless, as if the person who had just poisoned him was not her. After Granny Zhao helped him up, she pulled Old Man Zhou to sit down and personally handed him a pair of chopsticks. Old Man Zhou, this was made by the Empress herself. You must eat well. At this time, Old Man Zhou looked at the bowl of noodles seriously. She was stunned. What is this? It looked like a lump of dough, but it didn't. In a large bowl of clear soup, there were only 4 or 5 fist-sized lumps of dough. Old Man Zhou, who had always thought that Han Yunxi would not poison her, suddenly suspected that this bowl of noodles was poison. However, she had no choice but to eat. If she ate it and something happened, Han Yunxi would have to give an explanation to her son, Jiangnan's Murong family, and the Zhou family. If she didn't eat it, then she would be looking down on the Empress's authority and trampling on the Empress's reward. The crime could be small or big. In palace fights, ruthless moves were never used. They were afraid that their status was inferior and they would be suppressed by etiquette. Han Yunxi's status as the Empress meant that she was destined to fight openly. If Old Man Zhou knew that the Empress had Xia He as a spy, she would never enter the palace. Old Man Zhou didn't dare to stay for too long. He could only pick up the fist-sized lumps of dough and eat. The size of a normal dough ball was very uniform. At most, it was the size of a thumb. It was especially chewy. Moreover, the soup of a dough ball was definitely not a clear soup, but a thick soup. It required all kinds of ingredients to boil it to create a delicious taste. The lumps of dough were chewy, but the soup was fragrant and thick. It could be said that it was a very delicious home-cooked dish. However, Old Man Zhou took the first bite and found that the Empress's fist-sized lumps of dough were especially sticky to the teeth. It was even stickier than mochi. It didn't have any strength at all. It also didn't have the faint wheat fragrance of high-quality flour. For the elderly, they were most afraid of eating sour, hard, and sticky food. It was just one bite, but it made Old Man Zhou eat very strenuously. It also made her start to consider the taste of this bowl of noodles and ignore the question of whether it was poisonous or not. "How is it?" Han Yunxi asked excitedly. Of course, she knew that the lumps of dough weren't made like this. She had just rolled the flour into shape and her hands were too sore. Moreover, there wasn't enough time, so she simply chopped a few pieces and threw them into the pot to cook. Old Man Zhou looked up and didn't answer for a long time. It wasn't that she didn't want to answer, but that the dough was too sticky. Her mouth was full. She used a lot of effort to handle it and answered, "The taste is very good. This subject's wife is really lucky today. If you like it, then eat more," Han Yunxi said with a laugh. Old Man Zhou didn't just want to eat more. How could she not finish what the Empress gave her? Thus, under everyone's gaze, Old Man Zhou silently gnawed on the lumps of dough. It was fine if it was sticky, but in the end, she found that the lumps of dough were hard and not cooked through. Looking at the lumps of dough on her chopsticks, and then looking at the 3 pieces left in the bowl, Old Man Zhou's mood at this moment could only be described with one word: collapse. Old Man Zhou's thoughts had already changed. She thought that if she had known that the Empress's cooking skills were so bad, she definitely wouldn't have entered the palace. However, after old Madame Zhou expended a tremendous amount of effort to resist the nausea she felt several times, and after she finished eating a few large lumps of dough and drank the first mouthful of soup, her thoughts changed again. She thought that if she had known that the Empress's cooking skills were so bad, she definitely wouldn't have given out those 2 red packets and wouldn't have let Xia He enter the palace. That big bowl of clear soup was simply salt water. After eating the Empress's lumps of dough, Old Man Zhou no longer had any fighting strength. Not only did her mouth feel uncomfortable, her stomach also felt uncomfortable. She had a feeling that she could vomit at any time. "Oh, you finished the entire bowl? Old Man Zhou is already so old, but your appetite is still not bad." Han Yunxi chuckled and was very happy. Old Man Zhou stood up. "Your Majesty, this subject's wife still has..." Old Man Zhou wanted to leave. She wanted to go home. She wanted to run out and vomit. However, Han Yunxi's following words made Old Man Zhou swallow down all of her nausea. Han Yunxi said, "This consort's matter isn't over yet. Old Man Zhou, you're the oldest among the madams and have the highest prestige. This consort has a very difficult matter. After hesitating for several days, this consort feels that you're the most suitable person to discuss it with. Old Man Zhou, Bailey Lixiang donated the 2 red packets this consort bestowed to the Bailey clan to Northern Li's Musi. When the steward opened it, it was empty. Tell me, why are these red packets empty?" This, Old Man Zhou immediately recalled the Empress's question to Zhao Mama. "Xia He was the one who helped this consort pack those red packets for New Year's, right? A bowl of noodles was a torture, but after the torture, it was probably a disaster." Old Man Zhou knew very well that if she said even one wrong word, esteemed Empress might push the blame on Xia He for the empty red packets, and Xia He would confess that she was the one who ordered it. Old Madame Zhou suddenly looked at Xia He. Xia He met her gaze and immediately looked away. This made Old Man Zhou's heart feel even more hopeless. What should she do? How should she answer? Old Man Zhou thought for a long time. Han Yunxi didn't rush her, but waited patiently. Zhao Mama, on the other hand, couldn't help but speak up. "Old Man Zhou, esteemed Empress is asking you a question." The Crown Prince had been spending the night at the Grand Tutor's estate recently, and Zhao Mama had specially sent someone to inform the Emperor. She guessed that the Emperor would definitely come early. How could she let Old Man Zhou delay such an auspicious time? Old Man Zhou's mind had actually wandered off, immersed in vexation and regret. She was such a spirited old lady, but she seemed to have aged in an instant. Her eyes were drooping, her eyes dull. She said, "Esteemed Empress, Musi's steward must have made a mistake. Bailey Lixiang once told everyone that esteemed Empress gave her 10 banknotes from Kangon Private Bank. It was a big red packet. How could it be empty? As this subject sees it, we should send someone to the Musi estate to investigate. This consort also thinks that there's been a mistake. With Old Man Zhou's witness, this consort can rest assured. Alright, this is the only way. Zhao Mama, send someone to investigate later," Han Yunxi said mildly. Old Madame Zhou immediately heaved a sigh of relief. But Han Yunxi continued, "This consort heard that Jiangnan's Qin family has a daughter who's hailed as Jiangnan's #1 beauty. She's both talented and beautiful. Have you heard of Old Man Zhou?" In court, everyone was afraid of Long Fei Ye's icy face, so no one dared to speak up about the selection of women. But these madams incited public opinion and created rumors from time to time. They said that some family's daughter was so-and-so, and that she was going to participate in the palace's selection. Recently, Jiangnan's Qin family's daughter was the most popular topic, so much so that even Gu had run over to ask about it. According to Gu's original words, "If Long Fei Yi dares to take concubines, this old man will kill a pair of them on sight." How could Old Man Zhou's people not understand the Empress's meaning? The biggest conflict between them and the Empress was the matter of taking concubines. Although Old Man Zhou's people were unwilling, with Xia He's stain on her reputation, she could only compromise. Reporting to the Empress, this subject's wife has seen the Qin family's daughter. She's not as good as the rumors say. It's just a rumor. In this subject's opinion, those people who talk nonsense should be punished. Han Yunxi was very satisfied with this answer. So it's fake. Then wouldn't the person who married because of the rumors suffer a great loss? It seems that this rumor really needs to be punished, Han Yunxi said seriously. Then, Han Yunxi asked a few more girls, and Old Man Zhou's people answered carefully. After a while, Han Yunxi lazily stood up. It's getting late. Old Man Zhou's people should go back early. Old Man Zhou's people quickly stood up. She secretly glanced at Xia He, knowing that Xia He would be imprisoned in the palace forever. The Empress let her off the matter of the empty red packet. However, she didn't dare to stir up trouble again, and didn't dare to participate in the affairs of those madams. Han Yunxi's move to deal with old man Zhou's people was called catching the ringleader to catch the bandit. One had to know that old man Zhou's people were the wind vane of Jiangnan's noble madams. If old man Zhou's people didn't dare to mention the matter of the harem, how could the others dare to? Old man Zhou's people knew their place, so how could the others dare to stir up trouble? Afterwards, Han Yunxi sent someone to send a letter to Jin Zi, asking him to fill in the missing money for the red packet. She also bribed the steward to keep it a secret. From then on, no one mentioned the empty red packets again. That night, little Rayer really stayed at the Grand Tutor's residence. It was rare for Long Fei Yi to come back early, and he pestered Han Yunxi to take a bath together. Han Yunxi told him about old man Zhou's people. He hugged her and listened quietly. In the end, he said, "Empress, you've closed the door to my 3,000 harem. You have to pay for the 3,000 affairs alone." Han Yunxi was frightened. She was about to run away when Long Fei Yi immediately came over, domineering.